as we predict. A lot of predicting here. A lot of allegation. A lot of allegedlys. Here we go. Derp with Kurp. Please don't strike me down, Derp. I'm transforming this stuff like crazy, okay? Hopefully the audio is okay for you guys.
Won't you come and derp with me?
Oh, dope. What a thank you for watching the Derp with Kurp, and what a wonderful derp we have today for you. I got a very special guest who wrote a book on a real controversial topic, adrenochrome.
Oh,
And so he's going to tell us about that. And also, we'll see if Big Homie CC shows up or if I've been white boyed. So that'll be like, I guess, by the end of the episode. We're going to get a lot of shit settled today. All right. Welcome, Paranoid American. Oh, nice. Yeah, the pipe is what. This is how real men discuss these things.
Good glasses, a pipe, and a beard are the
Yeah.
3 things required for any serious conversation about adrenochrome.
This is how the Playboy Hugh Hefner would do it. He would tell him, what do you have in stock? Apothecary, and they'd whip out all kinds of hormonal blood things. Did you really write a book about adrenochrome?
It's unpublished right now. I've been working on it for about 4 years, and as far as I'm aware, it's the only authoritative source on all the different adrenochrome research that I've put together.
getting high on your own supply there? Paranoid American? What kind of name is that? Why is it taking you so long? It's energetic blood. Okay, they scare the kids, and you seen Dune 2? They just pull that blue juice right out of something as they're trying to drown it. Okay, so there, I just wrote your book for you. Now, go back to having a better mic than me. I dare you. I can't even zoom because I'm chromed out. Oh, the chrome. There we go. So, yeah, he's got a decent mic in there. He's got big old command center. I mean, when you got things that are at that angle, when you got consoles at an angle like that and not flat on the desk, you're a pro. Okay, so whatever this guy does, he's a pro at it, and I would not be touching things like this. Okay, I need them nice and flat. I need to be on top of my work. I can't just be suspending my arm so I can hit a button. Okay, but these guys love a console that's propped up like that. But that's how you can tell. But again, another thing is how you can tell with cheap tech. Okay, cheap tech is the brighter and the bluer, the worse. So see that kind of blue right there, that cobalt blue, not for me. Okay, just in my clip virgin name. Okay, wanted to stand out. All right, so here's Kurp. Getting excited about the adrenal. All right, reaction. Here we go.
So
Oh
yeah,
my
the answer
God.
is yes.
Now, did you make them videos where they show the Native American shit?
Did I make them or did I see them?
Did you make those?
We'll
I
get our
didn't make
mojo
the
back.
Native
I just need to
American videos,
get
though.
recalibrated, folks.
Oh, I didn't know if you were the same guy, because the thing I saw, it was like hard to find. I think it's like one of the things that gets taken down. You have to finally go to like Odyssey to see it or something. But they're talking about the Iroquois with the because they all do that martial cannibalism shit, right? They'll torture people and eat them, which I've heard people describe as a torture and like the worst of the worst. Like cartels, and let's just say cartels, because I find people think it's easier to believe crazy things like that if you say a Mexican did it. People don't believe their leaders would ever do that, but they think that, in Africa, General Butt Naked would eat your kid's heart in front of you. You've heard those stories, right?
Well, and Native Americans too. I don't want to fall into the noble savage fallacy
Yeah,
where
no,
like, Native Americans were doing the same things that the Mexicans were doing.
Aztec.
That's why I'm saying I don't think we ever. I don't think they ever changed policy. I just think maybe those gods our wonderful fucking drag queen human trafficker founders, I think they just like made deals with those gods of the Indians and kind of muscled them out, you know?
There's actually some really crazy historical evidence too about these international like child trafficking rings in Central and South America that predate even the colonial era, where they would find remnants of children that were scattered like 3,000 miles away, but they would find them all in these caves, and the caves would just be filled with children's bones that were essentially these global sacrificial rituals that they were all getting together to do, like cross-cultural.
Whoa, I didn't. That's wild. Is that well, that's wild. Anyway, there's a reason I brought it up. So the guy in the thing that I was watching was suggesting, and I know Canada, a lot of the research was done, right? The scientists that were trying to look into that, was that, so is that the tale? Supposedly somebody was using adrenaline from somebody dying because they were out of morphine or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Interesting. Okay. So yes, thanks, Jan. I got to keep it transformative. Okay. I got people telling me to quit pausing, and then all of a sudden I get striked. Okay, but I gotta protect my ass here, because I gotta keep the streaming going. So yeah, we're in the thick of it already. I'm going in blind on this one. I'm just kind of seeing how this kind of unfolds a bit. I can already, just from Kurp's demeanor, he's kind of trying to feel out this guy, okay, because you got to figure out whether they're schizo or not. But if you're working 4 years on a adrenochrome book, it's not chaos, okay? So just hit send and self-publish that thing, okay? So we're not going to be learning about MK Ultra from you and talking about it for the past 3 years. Thank you to the writer who wrote Chaos.
It's a little bit scattered. The real origin was that first they discovered adrenaline. About 1901 was the first time it was synthesized by a Japanese scientist in like New York City. And then from there, they started to realize all the correlation between adrenaline and methamphetamine, essentially, like amphetamines. So once that connection starts being made, then they start looking into the byproducts of adrenaline. What else can adrenaline produce? And one of the first byproducts that comes out of that is adrenochrome. It was discovered in like 1930s or so by a guy that was doing experiments on rabbits. And he noticed that when the clear adrenaline met the air, it immediately turned like a vibrant red or purple color. And that's why he called it adrenochrome. It means the color of their adrenals. So,
well, let me take that back again. What did it start blue? What color did it start?
The clear adrenaline met the air. It immediately turned like a vibrant red or purple color. And that's why he called it adrenochrome. It means the color of their adrenals. So the first time that color was assigned to any kind of adrenaline, that's what essentially became like the birth of knowing about adrenochrome. This is like 1930 or so.
Wow.
And then who are those scientists? Do you remember their names? Or
Dr. Abram Hoffer was the guy that did some of the original research. The guy that actually discovered that, I believe his name was Dr. Richter, but he didn't have necessarily any kind of purpose for it. He just noticed it visually. It was Dr. Abram Hoffer, John Smithies, and a small handful of other guys that actually end up doing all this research. And here it dovetails almost immediately in the conspiracy theory realm.
Why?
Thank you, Paranoid American. You're putting us to sleep, okay? Good God. Oh, thank you. Kurp's like, excuse me, what? You just said his locking in trigger word. Okay, he's locked in. And I will be too. So, oh yeah, Jan Chrome color, yeah. So we finally got a little conspiracy. Okay, so here's his ears all perked up. And we got some conspiracy too. Okay, we got some control out history. Thank you, Kurp Metzger, for introducing me to control out history. Let me get my anti control out history mode.
Main reason is because if you look to see who was funding this, it all came from a guy named Nolan. And Nolan was tasked by the 33rd degree Scottish Rite Supreme Council, Northern Jurisdiction, huge long title on his
control
business
out
card.
history, the anti-control out history side.
What can we do
right here
with Scottish Rite money to advance humanity, to kind of like put our stamp on it? And they honed in on figuring out what they called dementia praecox at the time, which just meant early onset dementia. That's where the studies that you were mentioning, people like testing out the blood, can it do certain things? That was because they were noticing a 4 to 10 times higher amount of adrenochrome in schizophrenic patients than in normal people. So then the idea was like, well, if we do a blood transfusion from a normal person to a schizophrenic, does it fix them? And if we put the blood of a schizophrenic into a normal person, do they turn schizophrenic? That's kind of where all of the psychedelic aspect came from.
Did it? I'm not clear on what the effects were, because I've heard various things on one of the doctors shot it up and had a weird, where he felt more like empathy with his lamp than his sister and shit. But I don't.
So it gets mixed, man. So if you look at the original report, Dr. Abramhofer and Smithies, like the two guys that were actually in the dirt doing adrenochrome personally, they were doing it on themselves. They gave it to their wives, their colleagues. They tested it on like 15 different animals, monkeys, pigeons, fish, all across the board. Those two guys said unequivocally it was an incredibly intense psychedelic. They didn't even have to shoot it up. They were doing it sublingually. So they just put pure adrenochrome under their tongue and said that they were having hallucinations that rivaled mescaline experiments. But once they started sharing these reports with other scientists within their sphere, those other scientists were like, yeah, I don't believe you. And they were basically writing reports saying that it was incorrect and that this couldn't possibly be psychedelic. But Smithies and Osmond directly have reports where they said, it's so curious that the people that were naysaying their research were the people that weren't actually doing it.
Well, I mean, it's not curious.
Yes,
at all.
John. Yeah, exactly.
All, if you know the shit they were just doing with LSD, high interest in hallucinogenics and just to see what you could do to somebody with it, and how utterly backed by.
Man, this is it all seems to have stemmed back in the 60s, you know, and again, you know, they they made LSD in the lab, okay, and then they had to farm it out, so they had the whole I can't even think of the up in the hills, you know, all the people up in the music industry plants in those Hollywood hills that I'm drawing a blank here. But yeah, so they had they got to farm out that LSD and spread it to everyone. Now, the people that do it or have done it, they said, a lot of people say they need to pump it in the water supply so we can all have a little taste, you know, but yeah, well, I'd like to know. I mean, it all stems from MK Ultra. You know, it is all mind control. And yes, thank you, Laurel Cannon. Thank you, Jen. And you know, a lot of CIA action there. A lot of CIA action. So let's listen to this for a little bit more, and then we'll pop in some control out history, and then maybe do a little Kyle Dunnigan. Okay, we gotta get a little Kyle Dunnigan in there. Try to see what his new show is all about. So thanks for sticking in there. We we got derailed a bit, but here we go.
Nazi and LSD research, a lot of it came from Nazi shit too. Duncan found a bunch of shit on it actually.
If you're just joining us, hit that like button.
So Okay, so this is strong.
Thanks for joining us, Ro.
Because there ain't no way DMT got out there without
866.
somebody in a CIA thing going, we need to like put this out there. People got to try this shit. There ain't no fucking way. They put that shit out there and put it, and they wanted to see what it'd do. So right about then, to me, it sounds like a good old fashioned sheep dipping where you discredit the guy and then you take the research and do your own thing with it. It's going to be classified right now. What year is this where they're doing it again? Tell me.
We're in the early 1950s when they start releasing some of this research, and just like clockwork, exactly as you're mentioning, there's this thing that happens in the early 1950s which explains why adrenochrome research goes from being publicly funded and all the results being published to all of a sudden it doesn't exist anymore. No one's heard of it. It doesn't have any valid use in medicine, and that's because the funding changed hands from being in the Scottish Rite. And then it went over to the Rockefeller Foundation. And then from the Rockefeller Foundation, it gets consumed by the CIA, essentially. And then it gets into the fold in MK Ultra research. And I actually, I personally found an example of this.
Let me take that back. So it starts, say that back. So it starts with the Scottish Rite?
From being in the Scottish Rite. And then it went over to the funding, changed hands from being in the Scottish Rite, and then it went over to the Rockefeller Foundation, and then from the Rockefeller Foundation, it gets consumed by the CIA, essentially, and then it gets into the fold in MK Ultra research. And
wow, so the Scottish Rite is basically, top tiering, the Rockefellers. Interesting. So they're saying that that's a. Are they saying that that's a more powerful organization? Maybe I'm not hearing that correctly, but interesting. So it's Kurp's enjoying this. He's like, thank you, finally. He needs a little dip in that CIA and that MK Ultra waters. Make sure that you guys can see it without the chat getting too much in the way, but you guys are more important than that guy's microphone. So here we go.
I actually, I personally found an example of this where there was a declassified MK Ultra video where the person in the video is specifically telling a room full of CIA agents that adrenochrome is a psychedelic and that they had developed an antidote for psychedelics called MER-17, which would basically neutralize LSD, adrenochrome that he mentions by name, and a few others.
Wow.
MER-17. What is that?
MER-17. That was the code name. If you look up MER-17 now, what's that?
Wait, and then that becomes what?
MER-17 becomes some actual drug that you can get now, I believe. But it was originally a top secret antidote for psychedelics. So if you were out in the field and you got dosed by LSD and you wanted to figure out a way to undo that, you would take this MER-17.
What the fuck? I never heard of that.
Yeah, well, and this video is
we got one. We got some new info for Kurt Metzger. That's what he's looking for. He wants some of the things that he's never heard before. So, sorry, Tiger, let me know that the chat's all right. Anything, if you guys say anything about the chat in there, I'm thinking that the whole thing went down. I think the whole thing crashed. So sorry, I had to stop there. I thought we lost it. Let me get back on track. Thank you, Ro, for letting me know. But Kurt Metzger loves to be told some new information. So he is. This interview might be a pretty good one. When you got a writer who's been deep in the sauce, the CIA sauce, for 4 years, writing one book. Good God, brother. You might be pulling out some of that, some of that ancient knowledge. I need some of that. Tell me what that ancient scroll knowledge is. I forgot what it is. Jan, I know you know it. All right, here we go.
The only video that I can find that proves
Acacia
that
Records.
the U.S.
Thank you.
government did consider adrenochrome as a psychedelic. They say verbatim that in this video, because the more you do adrenochrome research, it almost comes up as it's never had a medicinal qualities. It's never had any useful research done by the military, and that
I
there's
only heard
no
about
link
it
to
from
being
Hunter S.
psychedelic.
Thompson.
Well, most people heard from it from Hunter S. Thompson. That there's
and I was like, oh, is that like a hallucinogen you could find? I thought it was like some kind of acid. When we saw that movie, okay, I never read the book of. I read.
It's even more explicit in the book. They talk about getting it from Satanists. So that's also where the lineage of you have to torture people, you have to do Satanist things.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I don't believe Anton LaVey is just some garden-grown fucking atheist satanic cult.
So he's saying that you have to get. Is he saying adrenochrome from Satanists? Is that what I'm gathering? I'll take that back.
Getting it from Satanists. So that's also where the lineage more explicit in the book. They talk about getting it from Satanists. So that's also where the lineage of you have to torture people.
Must be talking about the dream
Satanist things.
Yeah, and so I don't believe Anton LaVey is just some garden-grown fucking atheist satanic cult, because there's too many intelligence connections and important people to him. And then that other piece of shit, Aquino, goes on to be in the DIA. And, him and Paul Vallely write that wonderful fucking mind. These things are all, and by the way, all the 60s bullshit. I can't get over this, because they always say China was this. They go, China, the generals, their kids run the country. It's like kind of ruled by the sons and daughters of the original generals, is how they talk about China, right? So's here. All the music that's like the music for all the movies and all the things and the actors, their parents are all in the fucking Air Force and shit. Why?
There it is.
Isn't that weird?
Laurel Canyon.
I mean, my favorite one is Frank Zappa, his dad.
Yeah, that's my favorite too. Arsenal Arm?
Edward Arsenal, where he specifically was working on biochemical warfare, although on paper was not necessarily a CIA agent, but was working with CIA agents for CIA purposes.
Everything's a cutout of a cutout. Wait, what's it called again? Edgewood Arsenal.
Edgewood Arsenal, yeah.
And Jacob's Ladder is based on that, isn't it?
And also the entire story about Frank Olson getting pushed out of the window, which was written about in Terrible Mistake. There's the HBO series called Wormwood that was entirely about that. He also worked at Edgewood Arsenal.
So here's what's the guy's name? Jared Leto. There you go. I purposely try to forget this guy's name. So I think he's part of it too, guys. I think. Oop. Yes, the Lookout Mountain Air Force Station. Okay, so he is the proud owner of what they might have filmed some of the moon landing stuff from, apparently. So does Jared Leto have military ties? Jared Leto's mother is Connie Leto. Okay, well, the stepfather. Oh, we got a stepfather. Okay. Hollywood loves a divided family. Oh, here we go. Listen to this. While the stepfather who adopted him and his brother, Shannon, was Dr. Carl Leto. And, wow, Wow, how do you even say that? Ophthalmologist. His childhood involved frequent moves with his mother and brother who were influenced by the hippie movement. Okay. Quote unquote hippie movement, and encouraged artistic expression, leading to his musical and acting career. So, you sure about that? You sure about that? That hippie movement? Isn't that what Rogan was part of in the Haight-Ashbury days? He was a hippie. His parents were hippies, just like Jared Leto. Now, the plants are still out there, folks. This is still happening today. Is there any other people today that you guys can think of that are caught in this MK Ultra trap? Put it in the
That's all Edgewood Arsenal. Yeah.
chats.
It wasn't LSD because Edgewood Arsenal. I couldn't believe it when I actually looked at it, what they were doing. But
It
they
was
were giving
germ
people-
warfare, essentially.
Say again.
Germ warfare was one of the main things that Edgewood Arsenal was.
Oh yeah.
charge of.
Well, I mean, hey, just standard illegal bioweapons warfare. Of course, I expected this. I expected that, but I'm talking about some cold ass shit, not just a mere bioweapons. And Benadryl, the worst high there is. That I've never tried it, but people will take Benadryl until they see the Hat Man, right? You know the Hat Man thing.
Oh no, yeah, I know all about the robo tripping. What these kids do.
Well, Robitussin is different. Is a different thing. Benadryl is where you take those pink pills. People take that a lot, and the chemical, the hallucinogen in that. It's also what Bill Cosby was using for his later when he didn't have lewds no more, which I find is like dark to use Benadryl like that. People take it sometimes. It's for allergies, but you go to sleep. But people abuse it. It was on Irwin Drug Vault for years. People's trip reports on Benadryl, and it sounded like the worst shit you've ever heard in your life, and you're fucked up for a while after. Okay, and druggies like, don't do that. Just any other, they're trying to give them chemical compounds to try instead of that. These maniacs would do this on Benadryl, but it's all dark spiders and the Hat Man. Okay, the fucking military, they distilled whatever that chemical is, and these soldiers. So and I mean, this is iconic horror shit we get from this, really, from Jacob's Ladder, the vibrating and all that. They put in Silent Hill and all that. That's all from one source, where these people were on the peak of a Benadryl trip for like 14 days straight. So and the nightmare of that, if you're on peak Benadryl, but the government isolated it like perfectly to see what it would do to you. I mean, dude, that must have been real bad, dude. Can you imagine that?
They would give incredible doses. In some of the earliest MK Ultra psychedelic research, it came from this guy, William Donovan, and they called him Donovan's Dreamers. And Donovan was at Camp X.
That's not Wild Bill, is it?
Yeah, Wild Bill Donovan. That's absolutely him.
Oh, so he's known for doing that shit?
Well, Wild Bill Donovan is one of the first ones that was attributed to giving military recruits, intense amounts of psychedelics just to kind of see what would happen. And that their names were Donovan's Dreamers. And it was everything from hash to LSD to, I believe, they had Datura. There was like a lot of Datura that was being used, which was also kind of considered like a terror drug.
DATURA?
Angel trumpets, yeah.
I thought you were like saying the Torah, like the first.
Well, that too. That came a little bit later, but Datura, which is also what you put behind your ear now if you're gonna get like seasickness, whatever. That originally came from this early MK Ultra research, and just to put a hat on a hat here. Another big example is magic mushroom.
Wait. Sorry, I just got a message here from Mark. The Hat Man is Legba. Wait, so Papa Legba is the Hat Man? Is that what you're saying? Mark?
Well, Legba actually is the guy that stands in between realms, right? He's the gatekeeper between like the waking world and the underworld, essentially.
Oh, so they've seen the voodoo. I thought Mark was just being racist because they're like, oh, he's a dark shadow.
He's an Legba.
He's very dark.
There's a history of this.
Oh yeah, we got some Mark
going back throughout the world. Is
that's right.
Cultures that use psychedelic drugs like African black magic. They would have been using all sorts of plant medicines, and the same thing with different shamans.
But is he known to be a bad, like a shitty guy? Because the people on Benadryl, I mean, is it just him going, "What are you, a fucking piece of shit doing Benadryl?" Why is he looking at him like that? I guess he's looking how I would look at him.
He's at like,
Yes, and Jan, the Jim Carrey. Okay, so there's a lot with Jim Carrey, allegedly. Okay, and I'm gonna start making this a bit more transformative. Thank you for the people who are in the chat. Thank you for Jan and the rest of them to stick through this as we navigating those copyright strike waters. Don't be watching Rogan. Apparently, I gotta flip my mirror. And many of you guys know that I'm 4'3". Okay, I'm 4'3", 4'3" tall. Okay, and I'm gonna be 4'5" one day. All right. Now I actually hang upside down, so this camera is actually in a way so that it looks like I'm upright. Okay, so I'm all about the upside down worlds. Stranger Things took that from my head. Okay, they're using that consciousness technique. But Jim Carrey, he said several times that his movies are picked out deliberately, and people speculate that he could have been wearing a Biden mask. Could have been maybe being a president for a bit. But yeah, there's a lot going on with Jim Carrey, and then because all these big time actors, they got to lose one of their loved ones in order to pay back the money, or they that's part of the sacrifice apparently. So just about every single one of the household names that have all lost a very close relative, and not just in some random act of death, but in a freak car accident, or the guy who was in the punk again punked in that 70s show. Yeah, you guys know who I'm talking about. But he showed up, and his girlfriend apparently, he allegedly just got home, and his girlfriend was dead on the floor. Okay. Yeah, another guy. Just there's a lot. Just about every single one of them. And if it's not that, then you're going. Yes, Ashton Kutcher thing. And then if it's not that, you are going to be the one who's injured. So we got the guy who played in Hurt Locker, and the Arrow guy or whatever in all the Marvels. He got in a real bad accident. He had to figure out a way to walk again. And apparently that happened to, oh man, these names are not coming to me like they used to. Sorry, folks. But that short black comedian guy, he got into a huge accident. And anyway, sorry, folks. Just one of those. I got a little bit rattled with the YouTube strike. So, yes, Jeremy Reiner. So it almost seems like they're trying to get out of steep contracts. It's a whole lot cheaper to pay someone to Kevin Hart. Thank you. You are on it. Thank you. So yes, Kevin Hart. Doctor, you got it. But it, with the Jeremy Reiner thing, okay. It's almost like they're trying to get people to have a near-death experience. Really, I think they're trying to do the MK Ultra, divide their personality through immense stress, so that they are more pliable to undergo hypnosis, or whatever. So with Jeremy Reiner, it was after a couple of his movies, and right around the time where it's probably right around contract negotiation time. And so it's a whole lot cheaper to get one of those 50K club guys and the bounty hunters to do a little bit of damage than to have to fork over a couple mil that he's looking for. This is all alleged. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, I just say what I see, and I see a lot in my mind. Okay. I got all sorts of things rolling around in my mind, and it's completely empty. I'm straight up Shane Gillis. Okay, I got no opinion. He wants to make sure that he's the same as he's been. He's got no opinion. Okay, I got a saying: you ain't no man if you ain't got no opinion. Okay, so we like opinions, but you gotta be careful when you're getting paid. All right, here, let's get back on track here. Thank you for letting me chat.
Like the precipice between here in the underworld, so to speak.
I mean, it sounds like Papa Legba as the Hat Man.
Yeah, I never put that together, dude, until you put that. I never even thought to connect that, but I bet you're right.
Stacking on top of that, because we wouldn't know about that in the Western world without intelligence, essentially. It's exactly the same path we got to magic mushrooms was from Dr. Gordon Wasson, who was VP of Finance at JP Chase Morgan Jr., and he's the one that actually discovered magic mushrooms and something called Salvia divinorum. Without him being funded by the CIA, we wouldn't have had either of those. And more likely, we would never even know what Salvia divinorum was without the exact same guy. And he brings it to Henry Luce, who was a Skull and Bones member. He was a member of the Century Club, and he was good friends with Wasson. And Henry Luce is the one that ends up putting out magazines and Reader's Digest. So now your mom knows what magic mushrooms are because of this connection between Luce and Wasson.
Remember Details magazine back in I don't know, I was in high school, so 94, 95. I graduated in 95, but Details, that was like a lad mag from England. And that's where I first read about Terence McKenna, about the guy who says little tiny self-transforming machines if you take DMT, you can see them. Okay. And then I started thinking about Hunter S. Thompson. Is he a warlock? Why the fuck does he have a warlock bag wherever he goes? That's what a warlock bag is. It's all your potions and shit. And when you hear Monarch people talk, that's their controllers. They have little doctor bags of fun drugs. And they'll mix you up a little poshy. You know, everybody gets hung up on adrenochrome, but I don't know if you've ever heard this, but multiple people now have told me that is some low-level shit for losers, almost like a shitty synthetic drug they were giving out to cause addiction, like a fentanyl level fucking bad.
I could believe it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So they're getting these people all dosed up and getting addicted. And it's what happened to Ye. Okay. He needs that. Ye needs that that nitrous. Okay. His doctor's got him hooked on nitrous. So you get these, you get in the game a bit and you start becoming a bit influencing, or a bit of an influencer, or you're one of them stars. You got to shine. Well, they're gonna put people in your circle to convince you to do all these things, and now you're getting desensitized to IVs because you're getting that vitamin C IV, and soon they'll be dripping that sweet adrenaline in you. But so they're gonna get you all doped up and addicted, and because there's a lot of money involved. Okay. A lot of money involved in the health industry, and they're not making money when these actors are just sitting on their money. like Aspen Gold. How dare you? So much money. That's I'm pretty sure it was either 100 or 300 in 1 month, 300,000 in 1 month. Come on. So, these guys aren't making money when you're just sitting on yours, so they're gonna get you all sick so that you can start taking their drugs, start being controlled. This is what happened to Michael Jackson. Okay, he said, his issues with the doctor, and that's what happened with the guy who was going to testify, I guess, during the Charles Manson debacle. They had somebody go into his cell and he came back out and he was incoherent when he was it the Charles Manson one, or it might have been something else. Yeah, and Prince too. Okay, like what, and then you have these like these B-list actors. There was one that was in like a few like National Lampoon's Christmas kind of. He was he was either like Chevy Chase's brother-in-law or something that was poorly dressed, and he was the one who had the fast slide, the metal slide. But he's older now, and he was seen in the news talking about how there's these killers out there, just like Hollywood killers, specifically for Hollywood people, that they're out there trying to kill everyone. And everyone thought that he was crazy, but then you had those names are going to come to me. Sorry, folks. Yes, Randy. Yes, Randy. And then you had the Full House guy getting smashed in the head. Now, I got some theories about that, okay? I got some theories about that, because that just happened to be right around the time where, well, I don't know. But a lot of crazy stuff happening out there. So it somehow is all tied to tied to the 60s and LSD and the CIA. It was pretty interesting stuff. Thanks for joining, John. We appreciate it. We're just going through the little conspiracy with Kurp. Bob Saget, thank you. Yes, and they wouldn't even, they were telling everyone to not say anything about the death because of how gruesome it was. And now, whether that's true or not, because it was around the COVID time, or at least when people were experiencing negative effects of the old vax. But it could have been a blow, a blow to the head with a hammer or something. Because that seemed to be happening. That happened to Nancy Pelosi's husband. Okay, and she's a star. So, there's N, and you had Matthew Perry. Matthew Perry got, something happened to him, and it was all cryptic, and a lot of strange stuff. And apparently there's even stuff happening today. I didn't even check the news, but apparently there's some issue with ICE, some kind of shooting or something like that. The Somalian ICE raids in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's all over the news. But a lot of craziness out there. So that's why we're here to find the funny. Okay, we're here to find the funny, and then step into the conspiracy and current events a bit, but we are mining for laughter. Okay, I need to laugh. But I love a little MK Ultra and a little Kurp conspiracy. So let it play out. But I gotta make this stuff transformative. I've already been struck down today. Okay, and I was just letting it play a little bit long, but apparently a little bit too long. Okay, so y'all gonna have to just hear me talk. Okay, you don't have to hear me talk, but here I will say, go to the source. Okay, so when you're watching these kind of stuff, these kind of shows, that's why sometimes I don't even watch Kurp's shorts, because they cut off a little bit too much. You need to kind of listen and watch the all the context, everything that's beforehand too, that you can really get a sense of what they're saying and all that. I love that human behavior study. I want to look at every little micro movement and tell your future, because I can see it. So all I do is predict futures from the faces of the simple. I was going to say something mean, but we don't need to be mean. We don't need to be. You ugly.
Believe, because adrenochrome, from all the reports, it's not really that strong. Even if it can be comparable to mescaline in the right conditions, it's far too unstable. Although there was another byproduct of adrenaline that Smithies and Dr. Abram Hoffer also researched, called adrenolutin. And adrenolutin was described as being goldish green, and that they stopped testing with it because the effects lasted for over a week. So they just
I
found
was
it
confusing
way
that.
too hard.
Okay, I was confused. I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was talking about with the guy. For a week, he was like messed up for a week from it.
Oh yeah, that was in their notes, that they said that it was no longer sustainable to continue testing, because no one could be willing to be out of their sorts for over a week on a consistent basis to where they could get information that would make it into the report. So they had to stop doing adrenolutin and refocus on just adrenochrome again.
Okay, so I'm guessing that meant, because if they're going to test you on a Benadryl high that lasts fucking 6 to 8 business weeks, I'm sure they just started testing it on people they could test on. There's no way they're not going to do all the bio, like every awful thing you could imagine. They're going to do that. I mean, just 100%, and they're going to do it sheerly on the principle of, what if the enemy does it first? Okay, you don't have to get supernatural with it if you don't want. Just look at what they've done. They tested out the atomic bomb when people were like, okay, there's a little chance, it's not big, but we could ignite the whole atmosphere of the planet and kill ourselves. And they're like, well, we got to still do it. You know what I mean? Like the people.
Yeah, what is that? What is it with that shit? Seriously. What is it about just complete destruction that these people seek? And not even considering the fact that it's going to destroy themselves. Okay? That's some dark shit. Okay? I mean, and I wear black. Okay? And that's some, I mean, when you have no self-preservation, and you're just doing pratfalls like Chris Farley, not even catching yourself because you want to feel the pain. I would say that it's a safe bet that you would call that demonic. Okay, that's some demonic shit. If you're just trying to destroy everything, just to see it go. I mean, good old Bill Gates. Good old Bill Gates. How is it? So pretty wild stuff. But we can keep watching this, or we can jump into and this is pretty good. This has turned out pretty good. But we also got another Control History drop about MK Ultra, and that's another really good one. So let me know if you want to stay or go to the next MK Ultra, or we can do Kyle Dunnigan, a little bit funny.
Don't charge you up. Well, it's too important. We got to do this.
There's some wild connections between that as well, like a Manhattan Project and doing all the atomic testing and a
Yes, yeah. Will you talk about that? You know about that? Because I was just heard something about it. And I'm glad you brought that up, man.
Yeah. So there was
Yes, John, exactly. Thanks for joining, John. He says, it is true. They just did it again at CERN and did not know if they would create a black hole. So he's talking about how they'll just throw these bombs out just to test it's they're testing something else, okay? So it's not just energy or power, right? It is, and this this is just stuff I've heard, okay? Heard other people say. But they're trying to basically make contact with interdimensional beings, apparently. So they tend to, and that's what the whole MK Ultra thing is about too. And using your consciousness or being in a fractured state where you can transverse time and space and make contact with entities. Now, I think this is different than seances and summoning and all that, but it's definitely adjacent to it. Okay, so, but it's, I think people who are, who do that, maybe they, they're more inclined to be more sensitive to having those abilities, but, all that stuff is, it's all mind games. You're in your mind, and the everyone says the mind can play tricks on you. So we operate through the filter of the mind. So if there's this imminent threat that you sense, watching the news and doing all that, and then you think that we're on the verge of civil war. Well, we are, okay? We are. The news needs to catch up, actually. The news is actually behind, okay? The news is bought and paid for, right? So they're not going to really tell you what's going on all that much. But, thanks, Galazor. Thank you for joining the chat. I do take my time, okay? This is long form, okay? If you want that knocking out of the park like old Hassan, go ahead and stick around because it will get better. Okay, I'll get right back on track and all that, but I'll stop and kind of talk about a thing real quick, and then no, maybe not real quick, but we'll talk for just a minute, and then we'll just hop right back on. But I do lose my train of thought. But so they're interdimensional beings and all that. So it's this energy thing. In that sense of like creating these huge rips, because if sound itself can break the barrier, okay, it's breaking this this thin web that is that's there, so and that's what he's saying. Terrence McKenna's talking about it on those DMT trips. Joe Rogan loves talking about them jesters flipping them off. Fuck you. Okay. So he's telling everybody, hey guys, I went on through to the other side. But he's But anyway, so interesting stuff. Okay, so that's all this trauma-based things where they're trying to fracture your mind and see if you can, be easily hypnotized or be in communique with the sixth dimension. So good stuff. Let me get back on track. Thanks guys for listening. Hit that like button, it helps. Okay, I'm just a new channel. Okay, I'm speaking of Hassan. I've lost just as much subs as Hassan. Okay, so thank you for the people who have subscribed, and please subscribe. It does help. And just know that each stream, I try to improve it in some way or form. Not the audio yet. It'll get there, but mainly the layout and all that. And so I will always be improving, and I enjoy very much. But think of it like a radio show with visuals. Okay, we're all prospectors, just getting some of that gold. Okay, so have a little fun with it. But call me out though. I love it. Call me out, because I need it. Okay, you don't understand. I need people to call me out, because I don't have enough of it. Okay, I make sure no one talks to me, because I do not want to be called out. But no, I do need to improve on a lot of things. Okay, so here is my method, and I'm taking you on the ride, and that's why I'm really digging that Kyle Dunnigan and his attempt on the show. We don't really care for a lot of the stuff he does, but his attempt at what he does, and it's fun to watch. Here we go. Thank you for going along the ride.
There was these little worms that a guy was breeding in the 1930s, 1940s. And the premise was that you could train these little worms to go through a maze, and you could also cut these little worms in half, and they would like regrow themselves, not like an earthworm.
Okay.
And one of the premises was, can I train a worm to go through a maze, cut it in half? Well, both of those halves know how to get through the maze. And he found out, that they were able to do this. So then he keeps theorizing, and eventually he saw a Doublemint ad in a magazine, like in a Playboy or something, and the Doublemint ad with the twins, and he immediately thought, what if I feed one of these worms to the other worm? Well, the worm that eats the one that knows how to get through the maze will inherit its knowledge. And that became one of the original premises, and he got his original resources and his standing by actually being at Bikini Atoll, where they were actually doing some of this testing. And you'll start, just like you notice this pattern where rock icons' parents are in intelligence, the exact same thing. The people that were part of the Manhattan Project or part of atomic testing, they also end up becoming incredibly successful in totally unrelated aspects of culture after that happens.
Oh, well, as they should. And my boy Andy Hunt put up the John Denver. John Denver's real name is like Deuten Schmidt or some von Deutschen fucking Harbin. It's something hilarious. His real name in German. His dad, he's from Roswell. His dad flew all the experimental aircrafts and shit in Roswell. Then they like move before the supposed Roswell crash, and he died in a weird, suspicious plane crash. Dude, all of them, they're all. And dude, friends of mine, I can't believe the connections they have to things. It blows
Next,
my
you're going to
mind.
tell me the Windsor family's German or something.
Yeah, no, right. And that's, I always want to, when Jimmy Carr comes back, I'm going to, because I always talk to that guy a lot when he comes. And, because I'm like, they're German. Like, that's a Blackadder fucking reference, where he's taking care of House is playing Prince George. He goes, I'm English. He goes, I'm English. You're bloody German. Like, it's like a sly joke. So how do they have this kind of loyalty for like the Germans that rule that? It makes no sense to me.
It makes a little sense to me when I think about it in Jordan Maxwell terms. I don't know if you've gone down the deep like Jordan Maxwell. He's got this really great one where he's
drawing that guy.
Well, he's describing like a courtroom and how it's like a big game, and that's why they lob the ball back and forth in the court. But he makes this point that if you go to NBA championship game, right, you might be the biggest fan of your team But after that game's over and everyone goes to a bar, like the players
You're
on
the same.
opposing teams are going to have a drink with each other before they'll have a drink with their biggest fans, because it's more
Comrades.
about the class you're in and not about the side that you're on.
Yeah,
So
I don't know how, dude.
See, I mean, that's he knows. Okay, you've captivated me by that egg-like structure of yours. Okay, your little Hump Dumpty got me all happy inside. Thank you. No, he knows what he's talking about. He's got some good info. Okay, and I can see that Kurp here is he's really enjoying it as well. And but this is gonna be some pretty good interview. I thought it was just gonna be a kind of a quick throwaway. I mean, not quick at 2 hours. Okay, was he trying to commentate a reaction video? Okay, but hey, and please, you guys, you ain't hating on me. Again, I'm new, so I need all the criticism as I can get, because I dish it out. Okay, so you're just seeing me at a point where I'm not really talking much. I rip into these guys. Okay, so don't think I can't handle it. Yes, Odin, thanks for coming into the chat. I have been watching him often. Yes. I can keep up a bit with what he discusses. So I enjoy pretty much all of his topics, and he has a stance of curiosity and also a bit defiant, and he's I wouldn't say he's got laurels to stand on. I mean, not saying, but there's things that he just doesn't tolerate, and he'll push against it if someone is kind of not being real with him. So I like that. You gotta have a mouth on you. Okay, have a mouth on it. You got one, might as well use it. Okay, and if you got a brain, use that too, because sometimes you forget the names of the people you're talking about while you're broadcasting. So I enjoy seeing smart people, and so if you got poke fun, make fun of me, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. Well, you'll hurt my feelings, but after I get MK Ultra'd, I'll rebuild myself back up like Tom Segura. That Tom Segura broke his body in fourths. Okay, the human body is comprised of thirds. Okay, so he went interdimensional, and he broke himself in fourths. Tom Segura did, and rebuild himself back up. Okay, so if that hack can do it, I can take a bit of criticism. But anyway, see what we got here. And sometimes I'll go radio on you. I got a little cowboy, I got a little radio. So got a lot of voices in this head of mine, and we'll see if we can get a few of them out tonight, because last night was rough. Okay, I spent 4 or 5 hours just trying to set up all the setting before I came in broadcast. I was in a tech trap, so I finally emerged, and so today I got a better start. I had everything already figured out from yesterday, and so and then I got hit, and then YouTube got me right when I was on I was having so much fun. Him and Joe Rogan were on it, and we were doing because I did some coverage of it yesterday's broadcast, and we got hit. I can't believe it. Oh man. But I'm all about going through the fire. So here we go. let's rewind a little bit because I was really enjoying what he was saying, and let's see.
Okay.
Well, he's describing like a courtroom and how it's like a big game, and that's why they lob the ball back and forth in the court. But he makes this point that if you go to NBA championship game, right, you might be the biggest fan of your team, but after that game's over and everyone goes to a bar, like the players on opposing teams are going to have a drink with each other before they'll have a drink with their biggest fans, because it's more about the class you're in and not about the side that you're on.
Yeah,
So
I don't know how, dude. You know, as my friends Joaquin and Boaz, the two pillars of Freemasonry next to me.
Joaquin
I don't know
Phoenix.
how people have not put that together yet. It's like if you don't put
Okay, because we all are thinking about it. Okay, no one's saying it, but we're all thinking that Joaquin Phoenix is a little, his he's been living in that interdimensional world for quite some time. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like you take one look at him, you don't want to mess with Joaquin, okay? Joaquin Phoenix, okay? So he's another cult kid, another guy from the hip. He had a hippie family, and part of a cult. That's what they all are, okay? And I don't know, so who knows? But it seems fun to me. I mean, I would want to. Who wouldn't want to live out in the land and a bunch of people and you just all, like building things, growing things, and I know it gets dicey apparently, but if I mean, because there's got to still be some kind of, you can't just have a bunch of people living out there. You have to have some law and order. Okay, but sheriff. But anyway, so these hippie kids, man, woo, watch out for them. They all got the long hair. Don't worry about mine though. I just toss them. You guys didn't even know I had one. Okay, you didn't even know it blends right in. Okay, I'm a chameleon for the broadcast.
put it together, you're not gonna. And I think a major trick to it, by the way, to get away with it, is to make it about if you like a person or not. It's just like school has destroyed everybody's brain, dude. Where they're getting high school in their head. That's the goal of it. And they make you like, we cover all the TPUSA shit, which is insane, dude. It's insane. Every
Absolutely
part of it is the
insane.
craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I realized because there's no longer any shared thing everybody watches together, you can get away with it. You can get away with shit because
with what?
Not everybody's watching the same shit like they used to.
Get away with what? Like not being all on the same page, or just get away with the murder or something. Yeah, I mean and just the amount of disinformation that could be out there or all that. I mean, that whole thing, that's wild. Good old Candace Owen, though. She's cracking the case with Candace Owen. Got a little Baron after party. Doesn't Baron? Yeah. The old AI script reader. We talked about reading your AI monologues at the beginning. Baron Cohen. I think that's your name. Okay. No AI script reading. Okay. But here we go. And I'm trying to respond to you guys' messages too. Thank you, Odin, for you got some great input. Thanks for joining the chat. And there was a couple that went by. Good old Galazor. You stick around and hang out, okay? And throw your 2 cents in. Okay. Don't even worry about you're not a pest, okay? It's all good. Here we are. But this is some good stuff. And again, we got some control history. Now we had to change up the program today because I got struck down, and I'm sorry for repeating myself to the people who've been here. but I do a lot of recaps. Okay, so I love a recap. It's how I memorize. It's how I can keep things in my mind. Okay, but I do have to be cognizant of you guys. You don't want to be hearing me yapping all the time, but we got Control Alt History. He put on a new one about John Denver. It's a good one. It's a good one. And there's even another one that I think it might be AI that I watched with the John Denver one, and it unfortunately didn't air on the YouTube side, so I can upload it at some point. But anyway, and then we got Kyle Dunnigan, and if you guys send a link in the chat, if anything that you guys can think of you like to watch along these lines, or I love making fun of comedians too, so we'll take a look, because I think old Kitty got upset at me. I think they watched the stream, heard what I said about her improv skills, and now she's all like, making a point to say, yeah, she can dream now, and she just looks dead at the camera. Ooh, man, you gotta watch out for them improv folks. Okay, those improv folks will imagine you away. Okay, they like sitting in chairs and thinking it's a car. But here we are. Let's play.
Yeah,
And
there's
so
there's no more water cooler talk. We're not watching the same movies and TV to have the same frames of
They
reference.
atomized you successfully, just like the commies told you they were going to do.
Well,
And,
yeah, on
so-
its own tangent, but that is only going to get exacerbated more, because the next future is, hey, did you listen to that new album? But like, your album was going to be like an AI tweaked version that's got like your preferences in it, or like the movie that you saw.
Yeah,
I
you
just
can build
saw the
your own
Minecraft
Matrix,
movie,
dude.
but mine
You
had
can
Al Pacino in it.
that's the promise of the West, is that you will get a hand in building your own Matrix, your own prison. And
That's been the promise since forever, but I think we've seen that it pans out. It's not so much
You'll
that.
pick what we want you to pick, but you're going to feel like you did. You're going to feel like you helped. After I preload your brain with horse shit and I fucking turn you into either a Spurg or a fucking schizo, the old last two. I want to get that guy. You ever see that guy, P.F. Chang?
The restaurant?
Come on.
Sorry. P.F. Young. P.F. Jung.
PF Jung? He's not talking about Carl Jung, is he? Carl Jung? PF Jung? No, I don't.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, go on.
Okay, he's got great hair.
Oh,
That's
no.
all. That's the main thing. But
He's got my
he's always
vote.
putting up these like radical I don't know. He's got some. I don't know what his fucking deal is, or if he's like an astroturf. The guy's got great hair. I know that. But he'll do these diagrams that are like, they look like occult drawings, but they're purely secular, I assure you. And but he said something about schizo and autism being the two new. I think he's dead right about it. There's going to be schizo and autism are going to be the two. No, not Professor Zhang. Oh, we're getting Professor Zhang, by the way. But no, I'm talking about P.F. Young, like Carl Jung with a J.
Thank you.
Well,
I watched him talk to Destiny for some reason. Why would you, dude? And who's gonna watch Destiny or any of this stupid shit? Like, it's an adult. I do. I watch all the dumb shit, dude, and I watch. Everybody else just look at everybody else. You should just watch other stuff, dude. You gotta look at it. You don't have to read that much, even.
Thank you. Thank you. What did I say? That's what I've been saying too. Yeah, you just gotta observe. Okay, it's all around us.
It's literally, they got you split so well to like, this is what I'm into and nothing else. I don't even blame the algorithm. I find all kind of weird shit.
Okay, but you know what? I do feel like YouTube's is way different than it was 15 years ago. I felt like 15 years ago I could find the most strange, and not, I mean, it's not really strange in today's terms now, but at the time, watching like old interviews of Aldous Huxley back in the 50s when everyone dressed nice. and that seemed very new at the time, like 15 years ago. And then everything has been kind of, and you kind of heard about it along the way of just how everyone was getting stopped from putting out some good stuff. And that's why I really enjoy Kurt Metzger, because he is bringing that kind of, a bit fringe, esoteric kind of exploration back into the main algorithm, I would say. Because in order for me to kind of get into some of this and kind of hear about it, because you learn about this kind of stuff, and if you're like Kurt Metzger, a writer, and you're just trying to hear new information and just kind of get a different lexicon, there's a lot of that. So, and then you end up seeing that it's everywhere, all that whatever that stuff is, the little, ancient knowledge, whatever they want to call it, Babylonian, Babylon, and I made the mistake of rapping without music. Okay, do not rap a cappella. You sound bad. Okay. Rapping without music is worse than poetry. Okay, so please don't do that. But here we are, little Kurp
from the algorithm, because my taste is to find weird shit, so I get it, But a lot of they already
Would
got
you want to be in a group of other people that find the same weird shit that you do? Like
Hey, what?
go do like a meetup in real life with other people that are finding the same.
Well,
weird
I'll put them on my
shit on the
show.
internet?
I'll put them on my podcast.
Okay, maybe not in person.
I don't know. Most of the stuff now is like the Venezuela thing's amazing, because there's all these like AIs of people celebrating, and I know people from Venezuela that are like, yeah, I'm happy, but they are from wealthier families in Venezuela, and they're like, yeah, no, we should give them our oil. There's all these what do you call it? Nobody knows like the news, like they'll talk about all this shit, but they don't know current events at all. And if they think they do, dude, the alien people talking about current events. You watch Linda Moulton Howe, who's like an aggregator of spooky stories, right? I'm not saying whether she's good or bad or anything. I watch it a lot. One of my friends was a psychic X that I found out it was Buddy Bolton, this comic I used to dog sit for. He would do remote viewing. This is when they started really first pushing remote viewing. And there's a couple of comedians. One is a friend of mine, Buddy Bolton, became a remote viewer and was good at it apparently. And anyway, she'll be talking about this or that, and it'll be interesting, right? But then all of a sudden she talks about Ukraine, about how Putin's one man's fucking greed bitch, are you talking about Putin? Are you part of the thing? As soon as you start saying that stupid shit to me about Ukraine, I know you're on the side of something bad.
True. And Odin, yeah, the Hannibal Directive. Yes, exactly. You know what? This is some good stuff, and again, I love going to the source to watch something. And if it's live, I'm all up in the chats. I heard I think it was Jan the other day saying that up in the chats with Kyle Dunnigan. I was there too for episode 0, but I came in on the tail end of episode 0. But we can jump to the Control History one, because I think he talks a bit about the Hannibal Directive. But yeah, so let's have, and again, I would like to stay on Kurp for. I mean, I could stay on Kurp for a few days, a few more sessions, because he's got a lot of information out there, and he too repeats himself quite a bit. So if you don't quite know what he's talking about, he'll eventually explain it. But so I really enjoy a lot of Kurt Metzger's deep dives like this. And so we'll play this a little bit longer and then hop on over to Control History. And there was another one too with about CERN and Stranger Things, but it seemed like it was an AI video, but it might not have been. But I got a copyright on that one too. So, and that was the one that didn't go to YouTube because I'm streaming everywhere. Okay, they got me streaming everywhere. I'm everywhere. Yeah. So, no polished network here. I'm just showing you the method. So, but yeah, we got a little bit of go through a little bit more like this, more of this, and then
Right.
we'll
Then I hear Lou Elizondo blathering,
take a look, Control
showing
History.
fake pictures.
I mean, that's the
And-
rough part. If someone's remote viewing or they're revisiting past lives, you don't know the point in which they're recounting what they're actually seeing versus crap that they're just throwing in there because they got a platform now.
Dude, people did remote viewing, by the way. I think there's something to it. I don't think there's nothing to it, but I'm highly suspicious of the fact that they're saying this now. Should I put on Monroe Institute fucking sounds so I can do it myself at home? Okay. Why are they pushing it? Why is it being pushed so hard? It's not suppressed, right?
Well, you've got
Well,
the
about COVID.
other side too. I don't know if you heard of James Randi and the Randi Challenge. That also gets put up as like a fabricated alternate. Like here's
Dude,
the
me and Andy
control
Hunt were
group is
talking
pushing
about that
back.
because he's a creep. I think he's a creep. I used to be a real fan of his, what he did, and now I think he's part of an intel operation with Uri Geller doing a little Punch and Judy act. That's what I think.
I don't know if you've seen the documentary about James Randi. but,
Honest
like, how-
Liar, it's called.
yeah, where he didn't even realize that like his live-in boyfriend was conning him the entire time, yet he's supposed to be this like con breaker.
He realized it. That guy probably worked for Mossad.
Yeah.
Honest to God.
And who else? Who else lives with his boyfriend? Well, Cash Patel. Got a little Mossad honeypot too. Oh, Cash. Oh, what you doing over there? Nah, hey, he's my friend. I love Cash Patel. I don't know what you say. Okay, I don't know anything about no Cash Patel. Okay, all I know is that he's figured it out. He's figured out is that you cannot be living with no woman. Good. No, no women hating here. Okay, but we also don't do zoom ins on the women. Okay, no, don't be zooming in on the women. Okay, just the guys can handle it. Okay, and but anyway, here we are. I don't know what I was talking about.
He probably worked for fucking Mossad.
Oh yes,
Yuri Geller worked for Mossad.
Cash
He's
Patel.
Israeli. Avi, fucking the descendant of Baal Shem Tov, the fucking founder of Haredi Judaism. That's who Avi Loeb is. He's the one pushing Three Eye Atlas, Third
Ooh.
Eye Atlas, the king of Poseidon of Atlanta. They always got a Twilight language, these words in your fucking head.
Yep,
That's what this motherfucker.
like the
I
Bondi,
don't know why all.
like the Bondi Beach. Okay, during the whole Bondi, and Kurp mentioned it too. And when it happened, I'm like, it's at Bondi Beach. Are you kidding me? And it almost seemed deliberate. And then, sure enough, Kurp Metzger, within a couple days, he was, I think he was on his own show, or maybe someone else's, and it was all like, and they're trying to, again, use language to get us all mixed up. And he mentioned the Pat Bondi thing. So, a lot of that language, a lot of the, just tripping me up. A lot of tripping me up right now. Thanks, Odin. Thanks for hanging. We go on live, pretty steadily, and we're just mining for, for gold. Okay, I mean, we like to make fun of comedians and laugh at them, but also laugh what they do, and conspiracies and current events. Okay, anything else with the C? No, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm just gonna go through my interests, and I do enjoy making fun of people, having some fun, but still, not having it come from left field or anything. So that's why I don't mind, you guys telling me to hurry it on up and press play. Okay, so I appreciate it. No harm, no foul. So here we are. We'll play this through a little bit. This is good. This is a good episode. Okay, and recommend watching it from the source. And that's how I feed myself. It's hard to watch those compilation stuff. Okay, and you can't really get the thread and really hold on to. And that's what I hope that these live streams are. This is not just to give you some information. You're supposed to stay into the thread, and then there'll be discoveries along the way. And we've had quite a few. We've had quite a few the past streams, and yeah, they're a bit rough, kind of powering through those days where I had to spend so much time just setting up. I wasn't excited about getting on, but it was just hours. But anyway, you don't need to hear this, okay? But I'll break the fourth wall occasionally and make sure that I say hi to you guys, and means a lot. And if you do the whole subscribing thing, and I can spam you with all my failed attempts to getting on live, all my test attempts. So bear with me on that too. That would be far less now. Okay, so I think I've got it figured out now. But till then, you're going to get them all. But here we are.
All of them.
Thank you.
To the Masons, the Mormons, the fucking Jesuits, the Crowley people, name your fucking poison. They're all into Kabbalah.
Oh yeah.
They all love Kabbalah. That's their main. Dude, in fact, I think the alt-right pipeline they made against my buddy Gary from Neurotic and a bunch of people, I think they used the Kabbalah tree now that I look back on it.
I mean, it makes sense because it's a blueprint, right? It's a blueprint on how to manifest a thought into reality. And the more times you do it, then it's kind of like a copy of a copy of a copy, right? So the general premise of most Kabbalists is that modern day people that are still trying to replicate nature, they're working in holograms and simulations now, and that it's all been distorted because it's been so far from source. But I guess when you get into like the Masons and the Bavarian Illuminati and everyone,
it all goes this one thing, which by the way is not in the fucking. I mean, like
this right up my alley.
Torah could mean the actual Torah, the written down one that's in the Bible, right? But it also, if depending on what section it means the spoken Torah, which is
Logos,
the Talmud, legal arguments, and or Kabbalah or whatever Babylonian shit. If you don't look at everybody's religions and like see those commonalities and whatever, you can't put the whole thing together. But basically now everyone is running, because I think that Kabbalah tree is a mind overlay, just like a rosy cross, right? What you just said, you're ordering your thoughts to make it. That's what it's for. It's a training thing and to pattern people. That's why they want you to wear those Monroe Institute fucking headphones and listen to binaural beats that they're
you gotta get them the tablets, fluoride tablets. Come on, you can't just be listening to those binary beats without a little bit of that pink chalky sweetness. Okay, who hasn't been in the GATE program? Okay, we were all in the GATE program, Kurp. Okay, it's standard. Okay, they see any semblance of an imagination back in the 80s, they're gonna throw you into that binary beat disco ball. Now we've all seen the thing. We've all seen the headphones. We've all seen the video that they show flying over the city and talking about you know, imagination or whatever they were talking about. Who knows? It was preschool. Okay, how the hell are they gonna know if you're some secret spy agent and you're all this consciousness caretaker and preschool? Okay, so no, they get you in preschool and then they get you in 4th grade. So it was like 4th grade. According to Kurt, I have no idea. I never touched this stuff. Okay, I like to drink my fluoride, my water. So I ain't biting no fluoride tablets. But ooh, I like a good fluoride tablet. Right before the biting of beats. All right, here we go.
Trying to overlay brain patterns on your fucking brain, dude.
I mean, I think they're all just different flavors too, right? Because there was a very explicit moment in time in the 18th century when the Jesuits were fighting against the Masons, which were fighting against the Rosicrucians, which were fighting against.
But now it's a lot of crossover. It's all cool now, dude. Those names don't mean a goddamn. They don't make any difference. It's a real simple way to understand it. All those groups are literally to see who's got the right DNA to be in the upper group.
Is that you, boy? Is that you? You got that DNA? German little Brussels sprout. Come on, Kurp. You got that big old German mind. Okay. So, Kurp's had to have been contacted. There's no way that he hasn't been contacted. Yeah, he's got to play it cool, though. Okay. Let him play it cool. We want Kurp financed and playing it cool. All right. So we don't need no poor Kurp. Okay. We need Kurp to be financed. So if that means, all any of that stuff, then so be it, because I like what I'm hearing. But he knows a lot. He knows a lot about it. And, it seems a little bit more than just information. It's knowledge. A lot of knowledge is through experience, Kurp. So what have you experienced, Kurp? Okay. That you resisted so much that you're willing to say that you're not part of this, Kurp. You are part of it, Kurp. You know you are. You resonator, you. You trying to harmonize with the ionosphere without me? I dare you.
Because it turns out there's 2 races of people. It's not a thing I thought. People think it. And they made all these little stupid mystery clubs and all this dumb shit, dude, where you can't just know what it is you believe until you've paid enough money and invested enough in it, and then they'll tell you the truth, so you can't back out. I don't know how this works over and over. I'll never know, but it just works eternally. They all do that. That's what fucking magic is, and the NLP is to keep you in it. So everything from Andrew Tate University to the fucking DIA are all the same horse shit, dude. They're all some fucking wizard NLP bullshit to carve your brain up into sections and store what I want to store in there, which may or may not be what you want, and probably is not what you want.
Well, the connective tissue usually is some kind of a secret society. Like here's another example. I don't know if you heard this one before, but
they can form little Kabbalah fruits on the tree.
We got another little gem. He's gonna possibly say something that Kurp hasn't heard before. Okay, so this, he's already been primed. Okay, he's locked in. That's a MK Ultra terminology. But we're gonna see if Kurp's heard this one. So. Truth, love, oh, not nearly enough. I can never get high enough. I got the long form. If you're new here, many of you are, seeing that I've never had a chat before. So thank you, chat. Oh, chat. Watch out, Asmongold. All right, I'm talking to my chat and everything. Got it on the screen, and oh yeah. And I need you guys to help me out too. Thank you for keeping me on track, Truth Lover. Because when I hear people make comments like that, that means I'm talking too slow. Okay, I get very visual. I get I got that inner vision. Watch out. Watch out. That's what the imagination lady had too. But no, I'll go on these rants and I'll get back on track hopefully. It's because I'm not used to there being people watching. I've just been talking to myself. I used to get in trouble for that, and now I just told to press play. But here we are. So he's about to tell a little bit of a truth bomb. Okay. Well, not a truth bomb. We're gonna get some new knowledge possibly. We are huge Kurp fans, huge Kurp Metzger fans here. Okay, we love the trajectory of Kurp Metzger, and we want everything to be good for Kurp so that he continues to push against the minutia of the mainstream media. You know, it's just it's very predictable kind of stuff. So he sees through it. We all know it. That's why we love him. Okay. And he's got a little bit of an attitude, you know, because he's been, in the ring for a while. People talking about, him writing for Schumer, good old Schumer. But, that whole thing. But here we are. So, truth bomb. Here. I'll get back on track.
And they used the actual, one of the Dulles brothers. I can't remember if it was John Foster or Alan Dulles, but they made their name by going overseas and investigating it was originally considered like an anti-Semitic work of the protocols of the elders of Zion, right? And he actually made it a point to show that was a plagiarized form from one of the Russian czars, and that they had actually repurposed it from like French masonry. But him just doing that report and putting the Dulles name next to, and we helped prove that that this document was plagiarized. That's what got him all his political clout to start in the intelligence agency to begin with. So it's wild that even the founding of the CIA,
I'm sure
can be traced to the Illuminati.
Before that, I'm sure. I mean, look, like I said, it's bloodline. It's like being Harry Potter and Muggle shit is what the. It's like it's that bullshit.
See, Kurt doesn't like the whimsical. Okay, he does not. Now, I don't blame a man for being theatrical. Okay, old Kyle Dunnigan just needs to be left alone. Okay, he doesn't need to be proving anything to anybody. Okay, let a man be theatrical. Otherwise, he's gonna be thinking that he needs to show off his anime to prove to everyone that he likes sports. Okay, so just let a man be theatrical. But I, for sure as hell, ain't gonna let no man be whimsical. Okay, if you writing in whimsy, okay, if you got the whimsical thread going through your stream of consciousness, you best be on getting on the heck on out here. We don't want no whimsical. Okay, I get a little country, a little cowboy when I hear someone getting whimsical. Okay, we ain't not getting no whimsical. So, Kurp Metzger ain't want none of that whimsy stuff. Now me, it's the names. Okay, I can barely say those strange names that they got. So how the heck do the writers keep track of that? I can't even keep track of a train of thought, let alone different random. I mean, where do they come up with the names? Okay, where do you come up with the names? Okay, you're evil. You are learning new languages. Okay, that's whimsy, and Kurp is not having it. He just wants the info, knock your cognitive dissonant bell. Okay, he wants to ring that thing.
Bullshit. So they all got their stories of how they get their start, but dude, if it's in your DNA, your family's been involved in it. You got groomed into it. It goes back. I don't know when. I don't think Prescott Bush started the thing where they fuck Geronimo's skull or whatever they do.
Yeah, Fort Sill, yeah, where they it was Prescott Bush stole it with two of the Brown brothers, I believe.
Yeah, and then like these families go back a long way, and you can hear the stories of people who got abused in these and I some of them it does go back a long way, whatever their weirdo cult, but I'll bet not as long as they think. I bet like, let's say I start my own Scientology in 1600, right, with a secret Xenu at the end of it, right? Instead of Jobulon like a Mason, it's Xenu.
Yeah, you would have been way ahead of your time, but yeah.
Oh yeah, and I get a whole group together, and then because it was so ahead of its time, and all I got to do is get the right rich people, and I got to get them to program their kids with my new program, okay, with my Montessori religion, and well, then
there's one other element that's almost universal in successful secret societies, and that's the blackmail angle, and that's actually where Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati really honed this formula in, because if you wanted to be a member, you'd have to take a complete account of everything you did that day and keep a journal and then pass it up to your higher handlers.
That's some real Scientology.
Other people doing that on you too.
You'd be audited. Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that aspect that they did Scientology audits where
Oh, this is good stuff. Let me take that back, because they're saying that you had to write what down? What is he saying? I was getting too caught in the whimsy.
This formula in, because if you wanted to be a member, you'd have to naughty blackmail angle, and that's almost universal in successful secret societies, and that's the blackmail angle, and that's actually where Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati really honed this formula in, because if you wanted to be a member, you'd have to take a complete account of everything you did that day and keep a journal and then pass it up to your higher handlers.
That's some real Scientology.
Other people doing that on you too,
and they audited. Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that aspect that they did Scientology audits where everything you did. That's like, what's funny is because they supposedly hated like the church and like going to confession, but that sounds like more work than going to Well,
it's the same thing. Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati, he was basically, if not an atheist, he was a deist, an anti-Jesuit deist, and he used the exact same technique.
The Jesuits set him up to that. Am I wrong about that?
Thanks, Gala. Thanks, Jen. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you again. Appreciate the... I'll stop and chat and do all that. I'm not trying to do no pro show. Okay. Want to include you guys in with with the process as much as we can, and occasionally we'll get a little nice little something funny. So thank you very much for hanging out, and we'll keep playing here, and dip in when you can.
Yeah, a little bit, because what happened is that the Jesuits had been in control of academia for 2 centuries, and so he existed. I mean, he's like a fish inside water, right? So he exists in this Jesuit system, but once the Pope gets rid of the Jesuits, he kicks them out of authority. His uncle was teaching at Ingolstadt, and his uncle was basically, well, hell, I can't hire any more Jesuits. I'll hire my nephew. Now my nephew's going to be a head professor of canon law. That only happened because the Jesuits got kicked out, and Adam Weishaupt was a little bit scorned. He was kind of like, screw these Jesuits. They didn't let me read the books I wanted to read. I couldn't talk about the earth being in the center of the universe, or the sun being the center of the universe. So I don't want anything to do with Jesuits, and I'm going to make sure that anyone else that I hire or that I work with, they can't be Jesuits either. So part of the initiation rituals and becoming part of the Bavarian Illuminati is they would have to do something that would be considered blasphemous. A lot of the same charges that were made against the Knights Templar, like you'd have to do something blasphemous, and it was in order to prove that you weren't bound by the same superstitions that you were trying to get away from.
Nice. Yeah. You can't have ties, then that's why they don't want you to be connected to the family. Okay. And they change your name up. Yeah. All that stuff. We don't be changing names around here, okay? I go by Saint Michael elsewhere. I've been called Saint Michael elsewhere all my life. No, we love a good name change. Change it up. Have fun. You know. Bend space and time. You know, do all that stuff if you can. But just don't be whimsical. Okay, no whimsy, please. Although the Harry Potter stuff was okay. You know, it was okay. It was okay. It's got to be done really well, actually. Whimsy's got to be done really well. Otherwise, you're just watching a real life cartoon, and it's just weird. I would just rather watch the Berenstain Bears than you jumping around in the woods.
Well, that all sounds like a sheep dipping to me. One, the Templars, they weren't just tortured. Tracy Twyman research tells you all about it. It's really fascinating. It's a frat that got too Diddy partied up. And
I'm still working on my name. I don't know.
Okay, they
it's Mike.
hooked up with Saracens. They started doing this weird Ophite serpent
Michael.
worship. They use that skull as a goddamn Ouija board, and that Baphomet some alchemical creation. It just gets gayer and gayer, dude. I mean, and so the church put out this leather-bound book that was like $12,000 it cost of all the interviews, and it wasn't translated. It was like in whatever Latin.
St. Michael elsewhere.
And Tracy Twyman fucking read it and describes it, and it starts out where they're like, okay, we're priests basically, like warrior priests. You can't. But if you gotta fuck, go get a hooker and don't let nobody see. It started out like that. But gradually it became like, no, if you fuck a woman, you gotta kill her and the kid. Then it became, you gotta be do something with one of your brothers if you need to do something. Then it became, you have to do something with your brothers if they ask. So you see how it degenerates into a goddamn gay frat? Like a real Bohemian Grove shit you've heard of?
Yeah, otherwise you have to let girls in, right? Otherwise, you're going to be too so you got to have the homie rub you off, so that way you don't have inclination to start inviting the girls.
And we're all doing it because there's not photography back then to take pictures. You just gotta
draw really fast.
Yeah, we didn't black out or you paint the guy, but it's just you do something really crazy that you're so traumatized.
And again, what happened to Justin Bieber, right? I think that was something you mentioned, Jan. Got Justin Bieber traumatized, man. Okay, and they have all these little parties just trying to get you to break bread.
People will know, you know what I mean? Like we both did this together, just gang shit. It's initiation. It's called initiation, and they've kept it up the whole time. And if you know about the Frankists, those are like anti-Jews. They fucking hated the Jews, even though they were supposedly Jewish. They're like Crowley hated the fucking Plymouth Brethren, right? Crowley's like I love Satan now or whatever. I'm wicked. These are like these opposite inverted versions of their religions from disgruntled people that come out of it. And then what they do is, and I'll bet
Wicked is Alistair Crowley's name is nobody.
Frankist, the protocols, because it's been rewritten in various forms a lot. I've seen versions of that, like the Illuminati one that somebody found in the 90s sounds just like the protocol. And I've heard Zion isn't Zion, it's Scion, S-C-I-O-N is what it's supposed to be.
No.
And maybe it is. I don't know, but it's all the same shit.
It might be S. Did you say C? It might be S-I-O-N, but it's definitely Z-I-O-N. It's all Zion. Okay. You're telling me something I haven't heard, Kurp. I haven't heard no. Did I hear a C inside? It's no C inside. It's either an S or a Z.
90s sounds just like the protocol. And I've heard Zion isn't Zion, it's Scion, S-C-I-O-N is what it's supposed to be.
Wow.
And maybe it is. I don't know, but it's all the same shit. It's a secret code if you're the right bloodline, and we'll find out over time if you are. And what we
24 and me. 23 and me. 23 and me. What was that?
can use your fa like Departed. You'll move up. And if you're not, you'll be looking at esoteric stenography bullshit your whole life like a jerk off. You're like, well, the unicorn symbolizes Christ. You'll be doing that shit forever. But if you got the right blood, you'll move right up.
I can.
Yeah, I think that's a lot what happens in the Masons, right? Because there's, they got, a lot of the Masons, they just kind of hover in that crowd for a while. So you ain't moving on up unless you got a little bit of Nephilim in you. Okay, so no 4-3 man like me can ever make up the 33-degree ladder. The old Mason, the Freemasons. Okay, which, you know, hearing the language that they use now, you can tell that when they're saying Freemasons, they were probably way more free before the Freemason movement. You know, this is a movement that got hijacked, I would say. Yeah. And just like all the other ones, they say it's for one thing, but it's really meant for another. Okay, so the Freemasons telling them, the people, that they're slaves and that you can be freed from building these temples that take forever. Who wants a temple, okay, when you could live in your own space? You don't have to live among these journeymen. Okay, imagine people. It was generational. Okay, they were part of the club. To be a builder, to be a mason, you know, a master builder. We got the paranoid American is a mason, 32nd level too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm just not catching up on the chat. And forgot where I was. Sorry. But anyway, what we're talking about, anyway, all good stuff. I'll get back on track, but I'll make sure I include the chat too. But yeah, there's the journeyman. So I haven't looked too much into this. Okay, so I just have a little bit of the seeds. Okay, a little bit of the seeds, and I know Kurp has mentioned it a couple times, but he hasn't mentioned it a lot. But there's, but I like to do an exploration of the beginnings of the Freemason movement, because I think it was a way to stop these these amazing structures from being built, and they're wanting to move into wood. Okay, and that's why they pushed carpentry, and that's why they pushed Jesus as a carpenter. And these are just beginnings. Okay, so these are just little seeds that I don't even know enough to even speak about. Okay, but I would like to see if you guys know anything more about that. If you guys have heard anything about how it was to maybe it was kind of to have everyone shift more to building with wooden structures, and because they probably had a way to harvest all the material a lot easier than stone, so they could float the logs down the canals and the rivers than however they were rolling around those stones. So just an idea. But the point is that they could have, they had loud, like lodging. They had lodging. They were educated. These were apprenticeships, and you had to be, accepted or born into it. So to be part of, a chapter or, I don't know the terms, but I actually think we need more of these kind of things, because the type of stuff that's being built now is not inspiring. There's some good stuff out there. Don't get me wrong, okay? But we all know, the kind of the psyop that they used on buildings, and how you just make them as shitty as possible so that you're uninspired. But if they lied to these journeymen saying that you could have your own house, why, do all this, but then it ends up turning out, to be far more difficult and all that. But anyway, just an idea that I had. But man, this is some good stuff. Yeah, and all the founding fathers were Masons, and that's the thing too. It's like they were starting this new land, So, maybe those buildings were built way before the forefathers got here, and they're trying to, well, I don't know. So, a lot of good stuff. I love to explore that, and love those kind of topics.
Actually tie this all the way back to adrenochrome too, because there's this one thing, and it all comes down to the bloodlines and the genealogy, and it starts with, why did they even look into adrenochrome to begin with? It was because of this dementia praecox, and the reason they cared about dementia praecox is because if you're rich and you're old and you've got this huge legacy and you want to pass it on to your progeny, and your son's like 20 years old, but he's starting to act schizophrenic, it's a problem. Because if grandpa starts acting weird, it's just like, oh well, he's sundowning a little bit, right?
Sorry about that. I actually went to a large screen here. Let me back that up so you can get a full screen on that. And
but he's
yeah, and we got yeah, I was trying to catch up on past text too. Looks like Gala's taking care of some farm or something. Haven't been able to check it. That's great. Now you guys are. I'm letting you guys have the chat too. Okay, so you guys, that's your own space too, and then I'll I'm also rely on you guys to keep me on track as well. But I want to make sure that you guys have your chat space and have your fun too. So apologize if I don't catch up on it, but I do like to include you guys, but you guys can have your own thing too. All right, here we go.
Starting to act schizophrenic, it's a problem, because if grandpa starts acting weird, it's just like, oh well, he's sundowning a we do every
precaution.
Like
we inbred for centuries, and then
right.
It.
But when they're 20 or when they're 30 and you're ready to pass the reins and your kid is acting like a schizophrenic, you don't have time to go and pump out another kid and wait 20 or 30 years. So
right. So then, I mean, what just happened recently with the Reiners, right? Jeez, and you guys had mentioned the Reiners too. So, I mean, and now, I mean, I had to stop looking into it. I had to stop watching the videos about that after I, caught wind of, what they probably did to, that kid, or that guy when he was a kid. And that's pretty wild stuff. And then, let alone if he was abused by his father, but then to have his father pass him around. Now, that, that's the eyes wide shut thing, where they had to give away their kid. And you wonder why they're adopting all these kids, these A-listers, these script readers, okay? Adopting a lot of kids. So, and a lot of it's got to do with they got to pay the piper, and I don't want to try to make a joke about that either, So, yeah. Wild stuff out there. Wild stuff. Again, that's why, we lean a little bit more on the comedy side here just to keep things light. But, I like diving deep. I like, I just don't know what I can even say on this thing. Apparently, you can say whatever, but you can't show whatever. I read the YouTube's terms of services. It was either that or something, and they mentioned that, you know, if your first couple minutes are clean, then after that you can have your show, you know, however which way you like. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, this is, you know, a lot of wild stuff out there, and it's just you know, again, it's why people need to. Well, I think it's partly what's causing the, you know, the whole identity politics, because you got to start somehow making alliances just to feel safe, you know, because you're in territory where you have to be able to trust people just at a glance, you know. And so when things are a little bit hostile out there, you know, you kind of have to step into that identity politic thing, and it's not fun. It's, you know, that's meant for last ditch effort of survival. So if you can't coexist, then that means that there's something really strange going on in society, and we're gonna find it all out. So you know, again, if Kurp says half the stuff that he says, I mean, there's no reason why I can't speculate. I love speculating. A little allegedly here and there. Oh yeah, because there's stuff out there. But here we go, having fun.
So it actually gets pretty specific, that them trying to figure out, how do I make it so my kid doesn't become a schizophrenic, ... After 30 or 40 years, they think eugenics is the only way. We have to weed this out of our entire family line, which means we need to weed it out of everyone else's family lines, because if my great grandkid bangs your great grandkid, but you haven't been doing eugenics like our family has, then you're going to screw it for everyone. You're going to have the turd in the punch bowl in the form of your great grandkid, right? So the very origin of adrenochrome research turns into eugenics research.
Yeah, no, the projection, of course, eugenics. Of course, these families that are inbred till their chins and foreheads fucking touch have the nerve to be like, all of you need to stop breeding the lower. Yo, you inbred yourselves till you look like reptiles, apparently.
Peter too.
Going to tell you about eugenics.
But interesting enough, you only have to cut down on the inbreeding for like one generation, and you can get back to it for like 4 or 5, as long as you keep
Victoria
bringing in new blood. And you brought up Bohemian Grove. I can go on a really deep call. I'll give you the high level cut of this one, but James Frazier wrote this series of books in the late 1800s called The Golden Bough. It was like Stanley Kubrick's go-to unabridged collection, right? The entire premise of The Golden Bough is this exactly. It's to get rid of inbreeding. The whole concept of killing the divine king, killing the sacred king, King Kill 33 ritual, all that. This came from Frazier. And ultimately, the idea was that it had to be an outside stranger that came from a different kingdom, had to infiltrate your kingdom, kill the king, and then marry the princess, and eventually raise that entire kingdom up another level. And the whole reason this had to happen this way was because it had to be an outsider to guarantee that there wouldn't be more inbreeding. So this is like my favorite example of this. It's a million stories, but Robin Hood's a great one, where Robin Hood has to go from in the middle of the woods into the kingdom, has to dress up. He has to hide himself because everyone knows that Robin Hood's here to take the hand of Maid Marian. So he has to win a merit-based competition, which now shows it's not just about nepotism, but you have to prove that you're worthy. So you've got an outsider that dresses up incognito, wins the competition of merit, and then if this were accurate, he would have killed the king and then taken the hand of Maid Marian. But that recipe of folklore is really how to not inbreed your kingdom out of existence.
Wow. Wow.
Right. That's very
because it always happens. Or, you know, like, oh, this is dense. I'm trying to read a chat at the same time and listen to some knowledge. Wow. Anyway, and you know, I thought he was gonna be a whimsy guy. I thought he was gonna be whimsical. I mean, he's got all the characteristics of whimsical. Now we don't mind a good beard every once in a while. Okay, you can throw a beard on there. That's fine, and they're hard to maintain. So however you do it, we're fine with that. You know, Kurp's trying to figure it out right now too. He's like, how are you growing that thing, brother? That looks like a Japanese fan. But he's solid. He's solid. I thought it was gonna be one of them, you know. Uh, who knows? Yeah, I don't. But he's got some good stuff. He's got some good stuff. So let's take that back. Let's see if I can get it unzoomed because I got my preview window always in front. I gotta see if you're seeing what I'm seeing. Because that was another thing too. I learned that you never go Safari. Okay? You never go Safari. You gotta go Chrome. Okay, you gotta go Chrome. Because Safari will just stop on you and your audience of two. I love the two here. I'm saying back when it was just me. You didn't realize that it wasn't following. So gotta go old Chrome. I'm talking tech right now. Here we go.
Connection here to Bohemian Grove is trying to invert that. The whole premise of the cremation of care is that you get a bunch of Nepo babies together in one place. They bang.
Oh, let's take this back. We get in the cremation of care. We gotta take it back, okay? This is Rogan's favorite little thing. He loves to say the old effigy. Loves the effigy. So he's a cremation of care guy. Rogan, that is all him for one reason or another. He loves effigy talk. So we're about to get into some
Of
effigy
folklore
talk.
is really how to not inbreed your kingdom out of existence.
Right. That's very
And the connection here to Bohemian Grove is trying to invert that. The whole premise of the cremation of care is that you get a bunch of Nepo babies together in one place. They bang each other, right? They all hang, like they handle each other so that a woman doesn't have to come in. And then the culmination is the cremation of care ritual. And this is where an outsider is supposed to come in and save care, but they prevent that from happening and they kill care. This is a literal obstruction of the golden bough. They're trying to invert the golden bough because the golden bough talks about a matriarchy in which the power gets passed through merit through the family line. But in the Bohemian Grove, it's all nepotism. It's that if I'm rich and I have a kid, my kid's rich, and if he has a kid, they're rich, and that's essentially inbreeding.
Because all these royal families are they are all matrilineal blood. Like, I mean, they're related. It's really wild how they're related, and it's all matrilineal, all of it. The thing with Bohemian Grove is, well, that's, by the way, I never heard none of that. It's very interesting what you just said. But all those guys, there's this weird like homo-orphic thing of like, I want to come on a rock and have a baby instead of a woman. Like there surely must be a way with that icky vagina being involved that I can have a progeny.
Like a homunculus. Yeah, this is like the old alchemist living in the woods, and he doesn't want to be around icky girls, so he's just gonna jerk off into some cow dung and hope that it grows legs.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of this stuff with it, and that's, you gotta sift through the murky waters to get through the jungle apparently, but and everyone has their own thing, and that's fine, but just like with the Kyle Dunnigan show, I'm not trying to watch Kyle Dunnigan watch anime. Okay, that's you gotta stop. Okay, and AI anime at that. Okay, but yeah, always seems to be this kind of it's all gonna be sexualized and all that. So yeah, I guess that's the trying to connect or something, or the energy. But here we're about to get into some. See, this might be the little whimsy that I knew he had in him. Okay, I knew there's a little bit of whimsy in him. There's still a little whimsy in you, and he's checking. He's seeing if it was okay that he said that, and Kurp's fine with it. He's fine with it. So you can just tell Kurp whatever. He'll make fun of you, but he don't care.
I mean, the symbolism is thick with that one. That's like, yeah, you're gonna come in get some. Oh God, it sounds like in the Solomon, his fucking magic Pokemon ring where he captures demons like Pokemon.
Yeah, and he has him build his temple. Yeah, this is where the purple
I want to make a Solomon, but he goes. One guy.
How were those temples built?
A demon would come in and suck his thumb at night. Oh no, my thumb was sucked once again. It's just like the between the line shit to me is so funny with these stories. They're all just like fucking a guy in the ass and they gotta dress it up. Anyway, adrenochrome, from what I understand, have you heard anything else about this?
Too kind, Jan. Thank you.
Things you harvest out of people, and
on occasion,
this is an avenue I gotta research more, but I think it's the most interesting thing I've ever heard. Is generational funeral home families. A good place to look about for that kind of shit.
Well, so I've been trying to source adrenochrome for the last couple of years now, and I've got a lot of offers on the table, but unfortunately, it doesn't really come from my understanding. It doesn't come from people, but adrenochrome.
Hold on. Did you just say he's trying to source adrenochrome? Oh, and this is what Kurp's been waiting for. Okay. He knows how to hold out for when the truth bomb drops. So, and now Kurp has his hookup. He's like, thank you. I've been looking for an adrenal hookup. Ooh, Kurp, you about to taste a couple tabs? So we might. Oh, and Kurp was wearing that Michael Jackson glove. Okay, that's a sign of someone who wants to keep his energy. Okay, you ain't touching metal when you're all harmonizing with the ionosphere. Okay, you gotta stay away from. That's why they're all in the woods. The metal takes it away like the static electricity, So, according to Kurp, he's the expert, I'm just repeating someone who is far smarter than me. I'm just the mockingbird. I'm the monarch mockingbird. So I'm all psyoped out from Candasonan or Egyptian plains. But here we are. We're about to find out if Kurp is going to get the nod, or catch that nod he just gave him. Like, I'm about to get us. Now, I might have heard it wrong. He might not have just said that he was trying to get a supply of adrenochrome. But this is the first time I've seen this clip. Let's see. And let me rewind just a bit, because this is the kind of stuff I like. I like the shock and awe. So,
thing I've ever heard is generational funeral home families. A good place to look about for that kind of shit.
Well, so I've been trying to source adrenochrome for the last couple of years now, and I've got a lot of offers on the table, but unfortunately, it doesn't really come from my understanding. It doesn't come from funeral homes. It doesn't come from torturing people. You can
look at
when we first started talking.
Some EpiPens and leave them out.
Well, you were talking about like these high end like apothecary sort of. I think that exists, right? There's someone out there that might spend $8,000 on a hamburger because it's got like gold crusting and they use the blood of like a virgin pigeon or
Sounds
something,
like
right?
Ormus. So you know Ormus, that gold people drink.
Not even
atomic
phased.
gold, they call it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
gold
Exactly.
schlager to me, but
Or
the real
also
thing-
like ornament bunting, where the people will deep fry an entire bird and then like eat the whole thing whole,
Right.
just because it's a status symbol more than anything else. You haven't heard
kind
about
of
this
bird?
before?
Hmm?
The ornament bunting?
I never heard of anything like that. But what kind of the bird is an ornithant? What's the
Ortofin bunting, like a small ortofin bird, and it's a French delicacy, but they basically overfeed it on champagne and they deep fry it, and you just eat the entire thing whole. The point being is that it's not because it tastes great. It's not because this is like a delicacy that people want. It's just this weird status symbol, and for the same reason, you might have someone out there that is doing the Hunter S. Thompson Satanist version of adrenochrome, where they're extracting it in the most nefarious way possible, and they're selling it to people, and they're doing
Lake
it.
Havasu, buddy. You ever hear about Lake Havasu yet in your travels? So Peru, you get a lot of good specimens from Peru. That's Amaru, their god. That's America.
Yeah, Amaru, yeah.
The plumed serpent land we live.
Oh, there's a plumed serpent. So Odin says that you can buy it in tablet form. Good old fluoride tablets, Kurp, for your little gateway project. Gonna adrenal out, chomping on some tabs. I prefer the gel myself. Wow. Who knows what's really? Yeah, interesting. So. Good Metzger, huh? Let me take it back a little bit. Oh, I'm zoomed in, huh? Trying to give you a little bit more of a full screen experience. Mark, okay? This producer, Mark, has yet to learn the art of OBS, okay? I've had OBS syndrome for the past 3 weeks. My hand's permanently locked into the hotkey position, okay? I'm commanding everything around here. I put command to everything. So I hit command and all, and I even started to hit copy paste, thinking transitioning to different camera positions. But anyway, so I'm zooming in, trying to give you a nice full screen experience. Mark, okay, he loves those tiny little thumbnails. Okay, look at what he does for. Okay, he finally upgraded to probably EV Muck. He's probably operating on EV Muck, and he's got the bigger tabs. Okay, these used to be tiny. Okay, look, and you're looking at on a phone too. They're even smaller. Okay, so if Mark could just put the sewing needle down for just 1 minute and just give that Chrome just a little zoom and try to do it.
A lot of goods.
Okay, because it's tough on Chrome. Okay, so I can see why he doesn't do it, because it's much easier on Safari, but we've already gone through that because it's native, but it won't go through the tabs. But if I was to stay on one page, it would stay on it. It's only when I flip through different page tabs that it doesn't follow. So you get a nice old gray screen, and I'm talking to the ether. All right, so I got off track. I got all talking about margins here.
It tastes great. It's not because this is like a delicacy that people want. It's just this weird status symbol. And for the same reason, you might have someone out there that is doing the Hunter S. Thompson Satanist version of adrenochrome, where they're extracting it in the most nefarious way possible.
See, that's that Dune 2. Okay, I said that before too. Like, in Dune, they're extracting that stuff. Now, I only saw the second one. I didn't see first Dune. Okay, I'm not gonna step on a ledge like that and see Dune. Okay, but boy, was I wrong. I'm huge Dune. Okay, that second one was that. When I was watching it, I was thinking that this was probably what people were thinking that Star Wars was when they first watched it. and I watched Dune 2, and I watched it at home. Okay, I wish I would have seen it in the theater, and I wish my nose was stuffed up so I didn't have to smell them nasty theaters. Okay, yeah, I like the. I ain't going to no multiplex one. I like those independent ones. Okay, the one where it has couches. No, those are grimy. Don't be sitting on no thing that. Hey, you gotta sit on something firm. Okay, if you're sitting on anything that's cushy and it ain't yours, you're just sitting on someone else's ass. That's all that is. Okay, so don't be sitting on no soft cushion while you're watching a film. I want a park bench to sit on. Something firm while I see Dune 2. Okay, so Dune 2 was amazing. And I'm going to get... Now, when it gets a little bit later, this is when I can get a little bit more into my narration. Okay. But seeing Dune 2, that was a good one. All right, that was a good one. So I did just only see the second Dune, not having seen the first. I was willing to take that risk, and I don't normally do that kind of stuff. But yes, I do need to see it again, Jen. It was yeah, great stuff. But anyway, here we go.
And they're
Yeah.
selling it to people, and they're doing
Lake
it.
Havasu, buddy. You ever hear about Lake Havasu yet in your travels? So Peru, you get a lot of good specimens from Peru. That's Amaru, their god. That's America's.
Yeah, Amaru, yeah.
The
yes, here we
plumed
go.
serpent land we live in, Amaruca. So
Here we are, the plume serpent. Quasicalado lives in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. Okay, the old Quasicalado. Kurp loves Quasicalado. So let's look up the plume serpent. Plume. There we are. So is this the Quasicalado? There he is. Look at old Quasicalado. Okay. Oh wait, no, this ain't Quasicalado. This is the plume serpent. So is Quasicalado the same thing? Because I'd be seeing a lot of green and Quasicalado too. A lot of these primary colors and their deities. Okay, I like my deities gold. Okay, if you got prime colors in your deities, you ain't no deity. Okay, I need to be seeing mine in colors I never thought of. Okay, not Christmas. So, although, well, maybe that's the old Saint Nick, huh? So, no, it's not good to mess with another man's deity. But I'll go at Quasicalado any day or night. I don't know much about Quasicalado. I'm more of a Shiva kind of guy. Kurp doesn't like no Shiva, but Shiva can get a bit too cartoon too. So you don't want no cartoon Shiva, but Shiva, come on, you wanna do the dance, Kurp. Okay. The old Kali Yuga, two-step. So, plume serpent. So, I guess that's not Quasicalado. Sorry, I got my deities a bit confused.
they traffic kids from there, specifically Peru, and it's because they got the blood of kings in them or some shit. And they had and the people doing this, they got levels. There's silver, gold, copper. So you know, like if you were in like a hair club for
reward
men,
plan.
yes, yeah. And Nathan Reynolds, I tell people to watch all the time because I think that guy spilled the beans on a lot of shit. And unlike many people, you can't even find him if you wanted to give the guy money or something. He's always off the grid. A lot of people name names, okay, and you'd be surprised. I know I am, but I know Monarch was real.
Oh yeah.
Kathy O'Brien, who still believes in Trump, by the way.
It was part of the programming. That's why.
Yeah. But the younger generation of people that were in it, they know, dude, there's like a boomer level across every facet of society. So there's like boomer programmees that still are believe in Trump. And then the younger one's like, nah, that's bullshit too. It's real sad. Anyway, she said Roger Clinton was the one heading up the White Rabbit distribution. You ever hear it called White Rabbit because it's something with the molecule?
I've heard of that. Well, it's based on the skeleton formula, which is like when you actually draw the indole out on adrenochrome, it kind of looks like a rabbit. There's also the Monsters Inc. soccer ball connection, because if you look at, have you heard about this one before? If you look at the skeleton formula for adrenochrome, you can overlay on top of a soccer ball, where the soccer ball's got the hexagon and the pentagon. So that actually makes the exact same formula. And in the opening scene of Monsters Inc., which is the movie where they harvest fear from children into these little canisters called Scream, which then power the rest of the elite city. But that in that very first scene, there's a soccer ball under the bed where the monster comes out to scare the kids. So that one also gets brought up as the rabbit/soccer ball. Some of these are a little bit of a big stretch.
No, they're not.
No,
they're not. I've been saying that about Monsters Inc. for years, okay? So let's take that back. Now, I'm one of those wacky fellows that thinks that there's a bunch of stuff in them films, okay? So, and why wouldn't there be? But they've lost the ability for narrative and analogies. So they're too literal, okay? So they just go right out and say it. So, but there you are, Monsters Inc. Kurp's doing a little Google searching real quick there. But let's take that back. I want to hear that. We can get a little. I'm going to get a drink of water here real quick, and let me rewind it. And see what you're saying about Monsters Inc. Because he's going at it.
It's like a rabbit. There's also the Monsters Inc. soccer ball connection, because if you look at, have you heard about this one before?
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, the soccer ball. So now, what did Tom Hanks have in his movie? You know, when he was on the island. He was on an island. Okay. So, you know, you ain't telling me that there's a, but hey, that was a, you know, I've never walked a mile in Chet Hank's shoes. Okay, so Chet Hank's got style. He's got, you know, he's the new wave. Okay, you know, these A-list actors can't, they've been institutionalized. Okay, they can't function in society. Okay, and Chet Hanks is Tom Hanks' Northern Star. Okay, that's his compass, because he thinks it's just, you know, two men and a baby, which, how about that, fellas? The two men and a baby. Okay, after we find out about what Reiner did to his son, and he robbed, you know, it's been said that he even passed his son along to, you know, other people, and so don't know where I was going with that. But that's the, yeah, that's That's the stuff you just don't want to mess with. That's the stuff you don't want to mess with. That shit's too real. Okay, that's some wild shit. Don't know why. Don't know why there's that kind of infliction, like deliberate infliction, not just an accident or something, but to be so deliberate is that's pretty wild stuff. And I need to get close to the mic because this is the stuff that has got to be said in hushed tones. Okay, I don't want Joaquin Phoenix to hear me. So, good God, please, Joaquin. You gotta quit saying the name. Sorry, don't even say. Okay, phenomenal actor. So here we are. Okay, not just hanging out. Okay, not saying a thing. Okay. Shane Gillis told me not to have an opinion. Okay, and him and Theo Vaughn's been asking about safety, and Joe Rogan won't say anything about countries that are the size of Rhode Island. So, and Scion with a C, an SC. Here we are. Science. That's science on.
Or if you look at the skeleton formula for adrenochrome, you can overlay on top of a soccer ball, where the soccer ball's got the hexagon and the pentagon. So that actually makes the exact same formula. And in the opening scene of Monsters Inc., which is the movie where they harvest fear from children into these little canisters called Scream, which power the rest of the elite city. But that in that very first scene, there's a soccer ball under the bed where the monster comes out to scare the kids. So that one also gets brought up as the rabbit/soccer ball. Some of these are a little bit of a big stretch. However, the rabbit one I've come around on because, again, all of the original adrenochrome research from the 1930s all came out of rabbit experimentation. So there is an interesting rabbit connection to adrenochrome.
That's creepy.
Man,
anyway, I just
love it. That's, and it's so true. Okay, like that's in plain sight, which was supposed to be my name. Okay, that's supposed to be the name of this whole thing. Is in plain sight. But oh my God, Red Bar just had to say this name. I just started. It was my first clip. And good old Mersh said something. And I don't know anything about these people, okay? I just, in passing. And I don't even know anything. And I just put it up there and then, oh God. He said, I don't even want to say it anymore because it's not that big a deal, okay? Even though it was the most amazing thing ever. But here we are. I have to stay with this name, okay? But it was supposed to be in plain sight. Okay? And the point is that all this stuff is in, there's just, it's in everything, okay? So, anyway, here we are with the Monsters Inc. What was I talking? It's late, folks. We're just hanging out. Oh, thanks, Odin, and I'll keep broadcasting and I'm nobody. I'm just doing this and just as a cool hobby. I like editing a bit, but I'm an amateur at all of this. Okay, I'm in the constant state of learning and playing. Okay, and I like to keep it light, but I take what I do very seriously. So that's what I was saying. I'll always work on improving, and I'll make adjustments because I still don't even know if I want the name just hovering over there like Jason Burmis. Okay, all his banners he's got everywhere. Good God, like being in the airport, because of all the, you know, TVs with CNN on them. Okay, but I got that clip version, so I'm just trying things out here. But I appreciate it, and I promise you, if you ever compliment me again, if you ever compliment me, and don't you ever. So we just, don't be insulting me like that. We are here to find the funny. So these are, anyway, we're having fun. And he's talking, this, and also too, this is pretty heavy stuff, if you really think about it, and you probably shouldn't for too long. So it does need to be, it's very serious subject matter that should be, taken as so. But if we can still have a little bit of lightness to it, even at Jan's expense, we will. Okay, because I for sure as hell ain't gonna be made fun of. Because nah, go for it. I don't care. But I am liking the because I had a background that I was gonna do, but I like the black. How dare I use my voice? That's my Christian voice. But yeah, so still trying things out. Let you in on the process. And when I chop these up and make little 2-second shorts that's gonna flood your stream, I will hopefully make something out of this stuff. But it's really just fun just doing this. It'd be nice just to do this. So I was taking a break from editing, and Kurp was on his generational run, so I wanted to make sure I could somehow capture it. But here we are, talking about Monsters Inc., man. Wild stuff. And Kurp's knowledgeable enough to kind of take you through it, but we'll also just move on to the next subject. He won't really stay on things too long, but he'll, it definitely registers with him. He's captivated by it. But here we are.
By several people that's not that big
Thanks
of a
for
deal,
hanging.
and that there's much more sought after shit. And I suspect the Playboy Mansion thing where they were drawing people's blood at pig night. One of my favorite stories I've ever heard of pig night. You go in there and you can raw dog the pigs. They're not bunnies. It's pig night, and you go through your underground tunnel which are real. The tunnels of the mansion, you can fuck whores that way without being seen. That's So and then
Ashton Kutcher. Sorry. No. He loves them photo ops.
there's still that kind of shit all the time. Anyway, it's in Newsweek. You can find it. The article about what a piece of shit Hugh Hefner was. Because he's Epstein. Okay, all of a sudden he's dead now, so now we give a shit that he was a pimp.
Well, and this
And I kind of have my, I feel like who's the comic book guy that passed away too, the Marvel guy. So I felt like he was in those ranks too, just as far as like, but maybe not. I don't know, but he definitely has created a lot of stories. So who am I to say? I'm not saying, but it seemed like there was a kind of sprinkle a little respect when you spoke about him, but whatever his name was, but I could give a shit. I don't care about. No, you should. He did his great work. You know, these are the esoteric phrases that, you know, that you learn along the Kurp path. Okay, and I love taking a nice Stanley. Thank you. Love taking the Kurp paths, and you know, you can kind of, yeah. Well, it's a, you know, one of those little CIA esoteric journeys. So it's not quite whimsical, you know, or, you know, not quite witchcraft either, you know, because I don't like knowing all about all that stuff, and I don't need to see all your sigils. Okay, just draw your stick figures, you know, over in the corner there. It's fine. Just I'll just have to wear a protective medallion around my neck because I know you're casting stuff on me all day. So, but you know, Kurp's got a way to kind of bring you through it. But
was connected to Jack Nicholson's mansion, which was why
Jack Nicholson.
Polanski got kicked out. And if you've read a lot
And
of
The Shining,
Tracy
come on.
Twyman, you also know she's got a really deep dive on Polanski and
It's
Nicholson. and
fantastic.
Man,
Minnie's Moose.
Yeah, Minnie's Moose. Yeah, fantastic.
I sent it to a bunch of Neil from Gnostic Inform. I sent him that thing because he knows all this. He knows a bunch of fight and all this shit that I was curious about. And I was just wanting people, because it's very interesting that things, all that Twilight language shit, it's all, so here's a thing I think is Twilight language.
casting
I
spells.
could be wrong, but I would just imagine.
Bondy
this is
thing.
an example, even if it's not, this is what it would be though if you were trying to do it. You know, the Bondi Beach false flag where ISIS shot up the Kabad Lubavitchers. By the way, ISIS, our friend ISIS, the head of the president of Syria that we just put in, is a founding member of ISIS who's in the beheading video of Daniel Pearl. I'm 90% sure he's in it. He would have had to have been. He's a founding member of ISIS and Al Qaeda. He went from Al Qaeda to ISIS, and it's not even, it's public knowledge, but nobody knows or gives a fuck. He's in the
even Al Qaeda is a CIA construct, right? Because Al Qaeda just meant like
we've all known it for years, and no one gives a fuck. We've all known
the CIA.
and
I'm going to rewind that because, you know, he goes through it pretty fast, and he's making a point that people need to. Because, sorry, I was a little bit too caught in the thrill of knowing he's going to say Bondi eventually. I mean, of course he will, but that's that little word magic that they do, you know. They it's a double speak, you know. It makes that's what I'm saying. I think that's what the Freemasons was. I think Freemasons, that term, you know, is like any other psyop movement that has happened recently. Okay, they're all meant to make you think that they're helping or they're including, but you know, it's really to trap you into another matrix, and it's all language, and there's sacred geometry, but you know, and that again, that's all the mind. All right, so it's all mind, and you know, you can't have things manipulating your mind. You can consume and enjoy and you know, do that, but if you're being, you know, manipulated, you know, I had no manipulation here. I buy, you know, random things all the time. It's not just because they're in my feed constantly, and I feel like I gotta see if it's the same and do an unboxing. I wanted to do that regardless, but somehow it knows exactly. Yes, we all get manipulated, but you know, not Kurp here. Let's see what we got. I didn't mean to go back this far. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, because he jumped a couple of. I, I have to be able to follow his train of thought. Is he hypnotizing me right now? Okay, what's happening now? Okay, you went to ice. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Right, okay. Right. Okay, yeah. Oh, man. Prisoners here. All right. The Kurp. Let's see if is this tracking? Is this following? Am I in full screen mode? Sorry guys, I don't know if this thing just kind of went out on me real quick here. So all right, let's take this back because I gotta make sure I'm thinking right because okay, yes, if you're into okay. So yeah, Kurp, are you? Are you intel? Huh? Hey, where you getting all this information from? Okay. Alex Jones ain't telling you none of this. Okay. You'd be holding on to it. So, where are you coming from? All right. Where you getting all this information from, Kurp? From the streetwalkers? From them surface dwellers? Trying to find those Porter Johns with Tom Segura? A lot of intel. A lot of intel. I like it. Keep it going. Okay, we like it. So here we are. Oh, yeah, let's skip ahead here. Oh wait, he just mentioned it again. Oh, I thought it rewinded. Sorry. Okay, apparently there was, another one, yesterday or something. I try not to. I watch as much as I can, but I don't. Um, yeah, just gotta get my stuff from Asman real quick. Can't be dipping into there's too much news going on. But you gotta know what's happening. But again, that's why we're looking for some comedy. Okay, a lot of tragedy out there in the world, and you gotta balance it out with some comedy. All right, that's the Greek way, the Stravosness of it all. So, but we like to, I don't gotta tell you what you like. Okay, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Where you get the info from? Mm-hmm. Yep. Wow, this is good stuff. I gotta check my feed real quick to make sure is oh no. Looks like my video wasn't playing there for a second. Oh goodness, I hope that wasn't happening longer than I see it going for. So it looks like the screen's paused. I apologize. Let me check it real quick here. I'm just gonna do it on the fly. Okay. Okay. Now let's make sure we're back. Apologize for that screen being frozen. Hopefully the audio is still coming out, because that's what Chrome loves to do, is just play audio on you from some random tab. Man, you can't even pause it from the top. Well, maybe you can't. I haven't gotten the plug-in yet. I'm Chrome. I'm new to Chrome. But all right, let's try it again here. Let me rewind. Unless they've just been sitting so still, I don't. Our cognitive dissonance spell has been run, and we're harmonizing and resonating. So this is word magic he's talking about. I love this stuff. Okay, you tell me all about that word magic, Kurp. All right, and say it as flat as possible. I want you to never speak a single vowel in your life again. Okay, you are all hard consonants. Mark, Metzger, Kurp Metzger. You don't got no vowels. There's no resonating in your name. Okay, you got to resonate. Okay, and you're learning that with your impressions, and so you're a resonator, Kurp. Don't tell me you're not. Okay, you do have the frame for it, but you you lack will, apparently. You're just a little soft. So once you get past that, Ooh, you hit that E minor key and start creating that sacred geometry and creating portals to the upside down world.
it, okay, and then if you make the right have a
But these
that
triggers,
sounds like pan bonding.
these
So
locking
that's
mechanisms.
resonance right there.
Sorry, let me, I won't talk over it either, but I want to say that that's what control history is talking about too, and we got that for you. It says Denver 1, and he talks about all of the techniques, and for spies, creating the Manchurian candidate. So I think that's happening with the social media, okay? TikTok warriors and all that people get activated real quick. I had to take a little time off of all that stuff, and I had to even take some time off on the dabble for. I don't even watch enough to even say, I don't even say anything about that stuff, okay? But there's some wild people in there, okay? No, I love the nighttime drama. These are soaps for nobodies, but nobody but me. But yeah, Kurp, he's gonna resonate someday. Yeah.
Shit. I mean, that's probably highbrow. That's probably a highbrow argument. So anyway, we got distracted. So Bondi Beach. Oh, that sounds like Pam Bondi. So that's resonance right there. You just gotta. I have a word kicking around in my head, and you just gotta trigger it. Okay, and then if you make the right amount of happy or hate juice in me in some way, like pickup artist, it's like pickup artist shit. But you could do it. You could scale that up, and they do.
NLP, the neuro linguistic programming. You're talking about like an audible anchor.
That is magic. That's what Mark Passio. I can't recommend enough either. And Mark Passio, just think of ancient people that know all psychological tricks when nobody else did, and you got your magic right there.
The original books on NLP were called The Structure of Magic by Bandler and Grinder. So they
I know,
knew
I ordered
about
that.
magic.
I ordered it because it's but the other component, I'm gonna have Gray on, dude. I'm curious because
you don't want to, when he's cooking, you don't want to interrupt him, because this is how I love seeing Kurp Metzger. Okay, I like. He's going to. I mean, he's just serving it up for Kurp. Okay, he's not interrupting him. He's not. Trying to cut to commercial break. He's yes-anding all the way and adding so much to the ingredients of this soup. Okay, and when he talks, he's got a little. You gotta. You can derail a bit, and this isn't projection. I'm not projecting. Okay, that I know my Kurp. I know Kurp. Okay. If I ever known a man in my life, okay, he's got the thrill in the grill. Okay, he's been smiling for days with that departure in his crook of his cheeks. No, he's never smiled much in his life. That is all inhaling a vape wrinkle look. That is what all that is. Okay, he's done nothing but have the oral fixation of breathing something in, and which is fine. Everyone's got their cope, nothing wrong with that. But that is definitely, that's not from smiling. That's from sucking on all them vapes. Okay, that's an inhaler, so he doesn't have time to resonate. He's inhaling all that stuff. But Kurp was looking good though for Joe Rogan. Wow. He had the ad on. He had good grown out scruff. So he was looking his best, and they took it down. And of course, I mean, I think it just came out, right? What am I thinking of playing someone's new episode? That was not my intention. I just want to do some commentating, but I guess you can't do it. Well, I did let it run a little bit too long. Okay, that's just you know, that's probably what did it, because I didn't ever watch it before that time. So we'll just see. Well, Kurp.
Adrenochrome. There's all these other. I'm gonna have gray on, dude. I'm just curious because adrenochrome. There's all these other compounds, but I don't know what they are. And if you read people's, Tracy Twyman didn't believe monarch people at first, and then as it progressed, she started believing them. I didn't believe them back when she was looking at it. I didn't even know about her. But then I go back and read it, and I go, "Holy shit! This is explaining a lot of things that don't make any sense."
Well, I think aside from how potent or like what the efficacy of adrenochrome is, it represents something that no other drug has represented until now. It's a pretty new development because before 1901, when they figured out how to synthesize adrenaline, every single drug, psychedelic or otherwise, came from plants. There really weren't any drugs that came from an animal, let alone a human being. And with adrenaline and now adrenochrome by proxy, you've got drugs that come from human beings that
That's
never existed before.
Dude, that's what he. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, so Nathan was saying that about people were about adrenochrome, but plasma-based medicine.
Oh man,
it all started with adrenaline in 1901. Before that,
really
there was
something, man.
Okay. Oh, this is good stuff. Oh, this is good stuff. And I think this is how some of them temples were built. Okay, you ain't getting them shapes by just spitting in the mud. Okay, so who knows, how they made that mortar to start forming, stalactites in the mountains. So I think that's some of that magnetized material or some kind of, resonator. So they started forming, making those shapes, from certain pitches. I forgot the name of it. I could look it up. But anyway, I don't want to get derailed here. But so he's saying now plasma, we got, not even just in drugs, but the technology that they can do. So we got the silicone chip. Just imagine what, the extract of some kind of Cambodian child in fear with his plasma could do. Oof, man, come on. That's heavy. Okay. So they're making technology with this. So that's got to be all that dark liquid that's in all the films now, Venom and that black stuff, can move around and so you gotta have a bit of that, those platelets. You need some of those, the little bit of life in there. So that's, people get all weird to build stuff, I guess. Man, wild stuff out there. So plasma technology coming from from people. So I guess that's the whole aspect of us being batteries, for it all. I mean, I already got OBS syndrome, so, and that's just in the beginning stages of something that I will I won't even ever do again because it takes so much time. No, I very much enjoy this, but wow, I mean, imagine technology from that stuff. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, you got the silicon chip, you got the quantum computer. Okay, that thing's at 0 degree, nearly 0 degrees, or whatever that is. Perfect zero. So that's wild. And real quick too, like, you know, what if that's the kind of stuff that was happening with, like things like fluoride? Okay, so that stuff was a product of petroleum, I guess, right? So it was basically like waste, and so they're trying to figure out ways to use it. But I can imagine, so I can imagine what they'd be trying to tell these next few generations that it's going to be in their toothpaste, So,
Yeah.
There was no such thing as being able to take a drug from a mammal or a person, put it in you, and know that it would have a very specific effect. It started with adrenaline. Adrenochrome being a byproduct of adrenaline kind of gets folded into that. But the other thing is that you've got thousands of years of blood libel research and thousands of years of cannibalism and all of these practices where blood is being used to commune with gods and what have you, right? For thousands and thousands of years. But there was never really a scientific reason of, and here's proof that it works. Well, with adrenaline and with adrenochrome, now you actually have a secular scientific placeholder for what used to require a belief in the supernatural or religion. Now someone can be like, I'm an atheist, but I believe in adrenochrome, and adrenochrome comes from blood, and it has all these properties to it. Now it's no longer a religious argument, which is a very unique time now for that to represent that.
That's a really interesting point, too.
yeah.
Yeah, that's really.
He's got a lot
finding
of
a way
them.
to secularize all this old school wizard shit, and if they've done it at every level. I mean, just saying an LP, that's really something.
Yep.
And now you've got an actual chemical compound you can hold in your hand and say, this is
Wow.
what you've been talking about as blood libel. And now the attention, if you were actually present that in any kind of a public forum, it's going to be, nope, that's been discredited. There's no such thing. There's no research that proves that. But if you look into it, there 100% is research that proves it.
In
And
fact,
they're
I
learned by
bet you-
scientists.
I could just be wrong about this, but I have a funny feeling because things that sound like a bad joke turn out to be true a lot to me. So I'll bet you there's more research available on the effects of adrenochrome than there is from the COVID vaccine that they dietary, and they wanted to hide it for 70 years in the court. Like, you're not allowed to see the test results. I'll bet you can find more about it than you could about COVID. Because people just
all of it
trust.
now, all the modern adrenochrome research all has to do with it being a blood coagulant, and then there's also people that put adrenaline drops in their eyes to fix some issue with like hormones. And
Whoa.
if you have too much adrenaline put into your eyes, it'll eventually coagulate and turn into adrenochrome deposits, which then create something called black eye, where they have to go and scrape black pigment off of your cornea because of the adrenochrome that formed in your eyeball.
Whoa, that's the Black Eye Club. Whoa. That's the Black Eye Club. Damn. Does Kurp realize that right now? Did he just realize the same thing? Or is he on to, like thinking of something else? But is that what they mean about the black eye? Because you see them with the, getting hit in the eye, right? But that's, just a symbol. That's Christ on the cross. Okay, that ain't what it really is. So, interesting. Wow. And yes, I do have OBS syndrome, and I got triple option command did, and I've been spacebarred injured.
Why did you put that in your eye?
Some people just put
Because the eye is to the brain, okay? The eye is exposed brain.
adrenaline in their
Oh, sorry. According to Tom Segura's cousin, that stout, stout stone Kyrian, Nephilim. Okay, I'm just full 3. Just full 3, and one day I'm gonna be full 5. Okay, but these are giants among us, and he said, Tom Segura's cousin, and he's that neuroscientist that is chiseled out of stone. Okay, occasionally I can get a bit of a presidential profile, but he is chiseled out of stone. He carries it, so he's he's just like Mark with his razor blade mustache, the tool that cuts his material, his medium for his art. And then one day I'll remember his name. He's a cool guy. But Tom Segura's cousin, the neuroscientist, carries around stones because that's the destruction of his medium. He is stone. He is, but he said to wear those red glasses because of the blue light. So I got glasses that got red frames on them. They look black, but they are red like Bill Maher's shoes. But he said that the eyes are exposed brain, so they're just dropping adrenaline drops on their brain. Okay, but there's that club called the Black Eye Club where you get hit in the eye. But again, that might be the kind of theatrical aspect of the representation of what it actually is. So
their eye for various reasons. But these are the only 2 main reported uses of adrenochrome now in 2020 is as a blood coagulant, a lot of the time for dental procedures and for surgery, and for these adrenaline eye drops. But like you're saying, and even going back to the original researchers, they were very adamant that it was incredibly psychedelically active and that it had way more properties than just as a blood coagulant. But that's been all but wiped from any kind of official research now.
Yeah, it's like plasma physics. Nobody learns about plasma. The 4th state of matter, you should have learned about it, right?
Well, let me tell you on one extra mind-blowing aspect of this. So,
okay, this is so good, and I love some plasma talk because I had to unsubscribe. Well, there's a lot of people talking plasma. Okay, so that so he, this is the new internet. Okay, so let's take it back here.
Official research now.
Yeah, it's like plasma physics. Nobody learns about plasma. The 4th state of matter, you should have learned about it, right?
Well, let me tell you on one extra mind-blowing aspect of this. So
Yeah.
Dr.
Let's
Abraham
talk about
Hoffer
plasma
in
physics.
1996, and he's credited with being the father of orthomolecular biology, I believe. This is basically when they add supplements to like your cereals, right? Like if you see someone crush up Cheerios and they put a magnet and it pulls all the iron filament out of the Cheerios, you're like, we're eating
never
metal.
seen that.
That came from Dr. Abram Hoffer, the adrenochrome guy, because he was investigating children that had schizophrenia, because that's where this research came from. And he found out there was this one kid that whenever he ate an apple, the folic acid caused some irregularities and it made him schizophrenic. And by giving him niacin, which is just vitamin B,
I remember that. Yeah.
B12, by giving him niacin, it counteracted these effects. So he was like, well, hell, we need to put niacin in
It was
all
from eating an apple. Okay, so
Oh, come on,
I've
let
heard
him
this
finish.
discredited, and they made it like, no, there's no evidence
Wow.
niacin does that. But I never heard the first part you said.
It was
caused by
a
specific
kid that his parents brought him, and like my kid keeps turning schizophrenic, and he eventually watched and is like, oh, well, the kid has an apple every day. As soon as he got the apple, it was a problem with his body not processing the folic acid, which niacin was anyways. He's working on this for 60 years of his life, right? This starts in like the 1950s.
Wow.
And then
I got a little theory. I see Mark Kurp scratching too. So, wasn't there a big push for, apples to be made and planted and all that? Johnny Appleseed, seems like a lot of old stories were about people planting apples. And let me make sure he's not covered in the chat. Sorry about that. I thought that this would. Let me just move it a little bit here. But I wonder if that's a thing. Now I don't know anything about apples and all that, but isn't that what the all the Disney movies, it's all Cinderella poisoning with an apple. Is there something about apples that I don't know about? Because I like apples. I might be eating too many apples apparently. Okay, so maybe all these voices in my head are Honeycrisp's fault, but just let me know, because they come in handy from time to time. So I might have to switch to grapefruit. Who knows what I can come up with grapefruit. Snow White. Yes, thank you, Jen. Yahtzee. Whoa. Okay. On my screen now, I apologize, I got to stop it. It's showing that it's paused. So I apologize if the scene's not playing out. This is really good stuff. I got to make sure that it's being recorded. Sorry guys, it's got to be maybe when I zoom in. So if you could let me know if it was if it had paused, because it looked like it on my OBS telling me that it's not. It's just the audio playing. So nope. Wow, nothing's playing. Okay. So you know what? I think it has everything to do with me doing zoom ins. All right, so thank you, Chrome. I'm just gonna stay put and be reaction. Okay, I don't need to be zooming in on everything. So that must be what's happening here. Let me fix this real quick, and let's pray I don't make the same mistake again. It actually might free me from my OBS syndrome. So I'm all hunched over just trying to get those micro movements, but should be more concerned about what they're saying. Okay, here we are. Okay, we got this back. Hopefully. Okay. And I'm just gonna leave it like that and let it play out. My apologies. This is one of my I don't explain how amateur I am, but gotta work out the bugs here real quick. And let's see if it'll play now. Let's take it back. And
immense amounts of trauma.
Okay.
So for example, if you go through such an amount of trauma that your body is dumping adrenaline in your system constantly, one of two things happen. Either A, you survive it, or B, you basically have a heart attack because all of the adrenaline in your system gets absorbed in the mitochondrial cells and your heart ceases. So if you can bring someone to that brink to where their system is dumping adrenaline nonstop and then they survive it, that this is almost like if you were to go to the gym and like build your muscles up, you're breaking the muscles and they're getting bigger. So then you come back the next time. So in theory, if you have a family line that has a history of schizophrenia, but you yourself are not schizophrenic, then you have all of these natural resistance against traumas that's going to happen to you and your offspring. And that the more trauma you've been through genealogically, the more you can handle coming up. And he even did a direct correlation of
Wait.
cancer
Yeah.
rates.
Yeah, hold
you
up.
can handle.
Yeah, down the road.
The more trauma that
Yes, let's, because I wanted to rewind that, but I was just gonna let it roll. But that, so he's saying that people who have been on the brink and lived to tell the tale, okay, and that gets passed down genetically, and because when it happens, it unlocks things in your DNA. Okay, you go in survival mode, and in those times you have heightened senses, so your mind's operating in full capacity, and I believe that that's how animals communicate in nature. They're telepathic in that way, and I believe we were before the origin of the bicameral mind. The origin of consciousness and the bicameral mind. We were telepathic. Before the eye came into the picture, the great Rogan's eye. Oh, can I please show the great Rogan's eye? Every time we mention the eye, I have got to show. Oh, there it is. The great Rogan's, and he had to cover his eyes here. And let me pause it because I've learned how to do it. There's a great eye right there. Okay, let me find it real quick. Please, it's not stopping. Slide it. Here we go. Where is it? Oh my god. There we go. Oh my god. Don't have AI make an image of you. You'll have body dysmorphia. You'll never have two braids ever again. And I will soon not have. Don't be growing your hair. I don't have braids. Oh my god. Never do that. Okay, they all see an eye. So that's eye for you. I'm actually standing up on. This is me standing up on a table. Yeah. So don't even know what I was talking about beforehand. It doesn't even matter because you gotta take a moment to see the great eye Rogan. Okay. You guys get me back on track. The Sarah. Yes, exactly. It is. It's gonna shine that light right on you. Look at. And it's funny too. He was wanting to get out. Gillis just kept him in the chair, and he was bringing up so many insane. Rogan. Okay, I got a hot take for Rogan right now. Okay. Just imagine all the stuff that's happening in the world right now. Okay. And he's got to have guests come on every day, or a few times a week, and they all want to talk about it. He just doesn't want to, and you can see he doesn't want to talk about this stuff all the time. And everybody that jumps on the show talks to Rogan as if he hasn't already had these conversations 100 times with 100 other people. Okay, I'm not a Rogan guy, 15 years ago, 10-15 years ago, but occasionally he has some cool guests on and you kind of watch it, but obviously they're anyway, so he just everyone's want to just talk about everything. Okay, so he probably just needs a little bit of break. He's just like, I don't want to talk. He just doesn't want to talk about Israel. Okay, he just stop. Okay, Theo Von saying that he's afraid for his life. Okay, he interviewed the JP, Phoenix. So you watch out. Okay, that first visit from the old Sandman, from Mr. Death himself, better watch it. So, Rogan, let's get back on track. But this wasn't an interview. Okay, he's throwing. I got in my anti-control out history position. Anti-control out history. He likes these little tucked in little corners in there, telling his stories. And I'm on the other side, so I don't block him. And I became anti because of Peter Thiel. But let me get back in my normal thing here. But he was saying some good stuff here. So let's back it up. And this is just, we're just late watching. I'm in the night mode speak. You're not gonna get anything loud because you're just gonna, for the people that listen to that, like, just throw me on when you're sleeping. Okay. And I'm meant for that, the 1.0 at night. And then those days when I'm a little bit slow and speaking in the day, just hit that gear mark on YouTube if you listen to YouTube and just bump me up to 1.5. Or I've gotten quite a bit faster since I started. It used to be 2.0 in order to get me to speak at a normal tone. So I'm about 1.25, 150 occasionally. So I like that. I like the 1.25 for the daytime. But no, I'll get to that 1.0 soon. 1.0 radio network. But you're listening to some pretty heavy stuff. This is I forgot really what he was saying, but my mind was blown just like Kurp. Oh, I zoomed in. It's gonna knock me off of OBS. Sorry, Let's see if it works real quick.
trauma that your body.
Okay, it does. Okay, here it is. So the trauma. So he's telling us. Sorry, I went on a little bit of rant there. He's telling us that on the trauma that you go through and you survive it, and if the adrenaline feeds your body, which could then, I guess, activate those 7 seals and open up them chakras, and you got that Jacob's ladder going all the way up to them pearly gates. That you can pass that down, and you're more immune to tragic events or trauma. The trauma. Okay, so trauma. So this is PTSD survivors, I guess. So
1950s, and then in the mid-late 90s, he puts out a paper called the adrenochrome hypothesis.
I'm going to rewind it just to get the name again. Okay, this guy's got a lot of good snippets. Okay, this is a lot of good information he's given, and this is a really good. I'm glad we did not watch that Sam Tripoli one. Sorry, I'm just not. I mean, he's a he'll come in on a clutch. He helps people out occasionally. I'm not like, and I'm not into other people's beefs. Okay, everyone's got their own beefs. You have your own beefs, but so glad we got this one. This some good info, and this is how I like Kurp. I like Kurp with one other person, and they're, and it's in this setting. It's not them together at a stage, like that Nicholas Lena that he was interviewing him, that old slick back Matthew McConaughey. And you just can't have these really deep conversations when you're, like on somebody's set or sitting on Stavros's couch. Okay, I think can barely keep form. It's so, let alone you have in-depth conversations. But these are the ones that I like. I like the ones where it's just streaming like this, talking to one other person, and Kurp has done really well learning how to not interrupt over the simulcast, because you get a rookie like me coming in there, I'll be interrupting people like Ashley Cummins. Okay, she not only talks over the other person because she doesn't know how to find the cadence, like speaking in an auditorium. You have to learn how to give a bit of time for the person to make sure that they're done speaking, because it's not that there's much of a delay, but it is just a little bit tricky because you're not there. Okay, it's the lack of resonancy that Kurp loves. He doesn't want any of that resonancy. But the point is that he has gotten really good at these type of sessions. So this is Kurp, and he's been humbled by paranoidamerican.com. And not in a bad, but like he can, Kurp's at ease, like he this is his most relaxed without like being funny and when he's having fun. This is, you don't see him not like spiraling in a good way, but like getting really upset about something. Like he hasn't lashed out whole lot lately. So this guy is really just giving us all a lot. We got a lot to thank for this old paranoidamerican.com. So, and with that, Kurp is able to, oh, there I go, zooming again. Hopefully that did stuff. But there's been good stuff here.
His parents brought him, and like my kid keeps turning schizophrenic, and he eventually watched and is like, oh, well, the kid has an apple every day. As soon as he got the apple, it was a problem with his.
Sorry guys, the screen's frozen. I zoomed it. I think that's the thing, is that anytime I zoom it's starting to freeze up the image. My apologies. It has now become a habit, and I need to stop it, apparently. I'm never gonna stop. But yeah, let me readjust it real quick. Because it looks like you're not even getting the audio. Oh man, I've been talking to Dead Space. Now it's you just gotta find it. I want to make sure I'm not creating too much dead space. Right, there it is. All right. So let's. So. All right. Now this is. That's why you don't see, anyone else doing zooms on their simulcast. Okay. So lesson learned. Let me just free my hand from being able to not to zoom in on everything, and actually have to listen to what they say here. All right, now we're back. Sorry about that. Here we are. So Kurp here. Oh my God, I was just about to do it again. Oh. It's whenever I go into a story. I was just about to go into a story with Kurp. So, wow, no story time. All right. We'll just have to.
His body not processing the folic acid, which niacin was anyways, he's working on this for 60 years of his life, right? This starts in like the 1950s. And then in the mid late 90s, he puts out a paper called the adrenochrome hypothesis revisited.
So it has been,
because the first report in the 50s was called the adrenochrome schizophrenia hypothesis. And in the 90s version of this, he actually states that he thinks adrenochrome represents like an evolutionary step of people that can survive immense amounts of trauma. So for example, if you go through such an amount of trauma that your body is dumping adrenaline in your system constantly, one of two things happen. Either A, you survive it, or B, you basically have a heart attack because all of the adrenaline in your system gets absorbed in the mitochondrial cells, and your heart ceases. So if you can bring someone to that brink to where their system is dumping adrenaline nonstop and then they survive it, that this is almost like if you were to go to the gym and like build your muscles up.
I wonder if that's what happened with oh, I shouldn't be positive. I don't know the names. Sorry, guys. The old Iron Man himself. Okay, he was wearing that medallion on Rogan, and Robert Downey Jr. Come on. Thank you if you said, of course, and he might have been. Oh, I'll go zoom in again. So when you're kind of, put on that edge like that, start wearing minerals, okay? Because you went to a different space, but here, all allegedly, I don't know. Jack Nicholson. Werewolf. Man. It is. I know. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. David Bowie. Yes. Jan. Wow. See? I mean, you know, there's a lot of, a lot of the people that are being presented to us, oh, Jelly Roll got a pardon. Um, I wish Jelly Roll would be MK'd. He needs to. But no, yeah, a lot of these people have probably been through and regardless, they have. I mean, they've been through a lot of trauma, but it's almost deliberate. Well, it clearly is in many cases. So there, maybe this is a bit of eugenics that I had no idea that existed. The survival of the fittest, and I mean that again is just I guess they're trying to find people with the the warrior spirit or something. I don't know, but wild stuff. Man, this is great. Kurp's like, there's still hope for me. It's okay, Kurp. Okay, let your mind run. Okay, we like it. Oh, I went zooming again. I would like to know if those zooms are out, because I think it might be. Okay, so now it's frozen on my screen, so I'm not sure if it's frozen. Sorry, guys. So that must be doing it. It's got to be. All right. It seems like the zooms are freezing the screen. At least it's showing that it's freezing the screen on me. So let me just stop doing it. It's going to take a few times for me to break the habit. So bear with me, but I got the screen paused again because of zooming in.
Okay, wow, that's very interesting.
So his premise is that if genealogically your family is good at processing dumps of adrenaline, then you can handle incredibly high amounts of tension, either through war. He even makes a statement on bubonic plague. He has a theory that most of the people that survived the bubonic plague had a lineage of either depression, schizophrenia, anxiety, some sort of a neural disorder in their family lines, because that allowed them to have this extra resistance to this global trauma that was occurring.
Wow. Oh, wow, that's interesting, man.
And then if you get into the elites want to, do eugenics and now they want to breed eugenics with people that have this history of schizophrenia in their family line, and that it's a recessive gene, because that means the kid that I have won't have schizophrenia, but he will have this built-up resistance to all these other external factors.
Right.
Oh, shit. Oh, Kurp. Now you know why you're in the GATE program. Now you know why. You got the recessive gene, huh? Or do ya? Oh, Kurp. He's wondering why he can see beyond the veil so well and not be affected by all the shit that's happening everywhere. Well, He's recessive. Kurp's a recessive. Oh, man. Interesting. I mean, I got full-blown OBS syndrome. Okay. I got the hotkey position locked in. I've been locked in, hypnotized, and we'll discover that on Control Alt History, how he tells the story of how Hollywood spies are created. Okay. Wild stuff. So we got a recessive, huh? Let's take it back. And Kurp's just like, he wishes he could rewind right now. He's like, could you just tell me that whole thing over again? And this is, and this guy too is does it very well. So I initially was kind of, like telling him, hey, hurry up with that book of yours, kind of poking fun. But he's got a lot of knowledge in him. So let's let it play out. Yeah.
Now they want to breed with people that have this history of schizophrenia in their family line and that it's a recessive gene, because that means the kid that I have won't have schizophrenia, but he will have this built up resistance to all these other external factors.
Right. And boy, I bet that's
so you got to be with one who
going back many years to figure it.
Or
that's
who
why
is.
you would need to do horrible. That's why, like at the top levels, these kids have the same life as Precious from the movie Precious, because you got to make them strong, right?
Well, it also goes into the whole
natural immunity. Okay, you gotta get that natural immunity. No nerfed wall, nerfed walls here. We want to feel all the bruises, okay? It's how you form. You gotta be carved out. So you can't get carved out without resistance. You need resistance. All those eagles know, in order to soar, you gotta have resistance. Okay? So why would you want a soft world? Okay, you get to experience yourself operating in that full capacity. Come on, Kurp. Isn't that tempting? Don't you want to know how the mind actually works? So, Kurp's in that warrior genetics. He's oh, I just zoomed again. See, it goes with my narration. Oh man. Let me fix it real quick. Sorry guys. Got a little too explain. So no, it shows it. Okay, here we are. So Kurp.
monarch, the
make life is Precious from the movie Precious, because you got to make them strong, right?
Well, it also goes into the whole monarch, the monarch theories, where the elites are basically training these traumatized kids and then having those kids reproduce with their kids. It's because they can process adrenaline dumps better than other people can.
Well, also cognitive dissonance. Don't forget
there it is.
Cognitive dissonance, which is, I think, probably broke Jordan Peterson, because first I'm watching his suit split into different colors while he's trying to hold his.
Well, he's molting. That's what lobsters do.
No, he got.
Kurp's about to say he got divided. Okay, that's what they got to do. They got to split that personality in two in order to get you to sing their tune.
Dude, they run this on a bunch of people. I don't know, like, at what point Well, I do know he got hired by Daily Wire, gave him 60 million. So he's getting fired from his job because he was against. No, he wasn't saying I won't use pronouns, which by the way, what pronoun? But you can't compel someone to use them by law, was his argument, which by the
That's
way,
where he got big, was that argument.
And hit the like button for Kurp. And for this late night, if you're out there watching, throw one in the chat if you're still out there. It helps the algorithms. Okay, I'm new in the channel and they just gonna take a little break here and appreciate the the follow and watching this, and I'm bringing everyone into you gotta find some Kurp knowledge. So we're gonna stay away from Rogan. Okay, he strikes you down. So no more Rogan interviews. We are just going to. Oh my gosh, there we go.
at what point?
Sorry. So thank you, and we'll watch this, and we got some control out history, and we got some other stuff too.
Well, I do know he got hired by Daily Wire, gave him 60 million. So he's getting fired from his job because he was against. No, he wasn't saying I won't use pronouns, which by the way, what pronoun? But you can't compel someone to use them by law, was his argument, which by the
That's
way,
where he got big, was that argument.
now, I don't even think I think it's just a reality, not even a genius. It's a pretty reasonable thing. But in clown world, the idea is you persecute that guy for being clearly right. So now there's a lot of sympathy for him, right? I had a lot of sympathy for that. When I watched a dingbat talk to him about lobsters,
Hey Kurt, welcome to the
I
chat.
was like, this bitch is trying to tear him down. But I didn't understand the full rope-a-dope of how this shit works. So, and he don't have to be in on it. He just has to be traumatized. And he's some hokey fucking Canadian guy, right? And his wife's sick, right? Then Daily Wire gives 60 million. By the way, the Xanax or whatever he was taking, the benzos are prescribed. They're not, and they're terrible. Benzos are the worst. And I came off of Oxycontin. You could die from coming off of fucking Valium and shit. You could die from that. It's not like opiates. And so you almost lost your wife, for whatever. I'll bet you 60 million. I'll do whatever I gotta do. I go have dinner with BB, go say this thing. But because you talk about Jungian psychology and it is a fucking genocide going on, that's got to be creating terrible cognitive dissonance, to somebody who's smart. And I bet it was coming out in his suits. I bet it was coming out in his fucking suit. A bunch of these people that were in Monarch, that black-white duality bullshit, that's a big part of it. You notice how everything's a spectrum except left and right. The only binaries on this earth, apparently, are left-wingers and right-wingers. Not by gender, not alive or dead. Not everything else is fat as a spectrum, but which side are you on? You're giving your two sides, right? Always. You're never escaping that.
Oh.
And I got to do everything to keep you
Oh,
in
you're joking.
That's to me is like, by the way,
Nice.
The Matrix is that bullshit. And now you can watch people trying to herd you back into your pen. Hey, come on, let's drop all these conspiracies and everybody. That's the left used to do that.
I mean, I guess I've been a conspiracy.
Nice. So, that's some good stuff. Am I gonna have Dennis Leary on? Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned that, or if you're saying that, because of something else, but yeah, he lays into it pretty hard with Jordan Peterson, and there's he kind of puts himself out there to have that done to him, but he's got his convictions, and but I don't know too much about that kind of stuff, but oh, okay, yeah, just because I got the vibe, Dennis there. Yeah, I know. Got a little quasi-colado. We got a little Kurp here when he went full quasi-colado. But yeah, we're going a little the Dennis Leary. Yeah. Unplug. and you and that was a whole psyop too, but so he's going in pretty hard on Peterson, and but talking about that cognitive dissonance, okay, they're putting people through a lot of stress to see what their tipping point is, or their turning point, and so they're in full spiral, and the ones that survive that, they take their seed so that they can reproduce and make superhuman warriors, insusceptible to the woke agenda. They need people to be okay with it all. We love all. We love them all. Okay. We just like to poke fun, have some fun, but save those strong opinions for those news cycle people. We're just getting into them conspiracies. But let's press play and let's move on here. But thank you for joining, and we got some control out history as well, if we can make it to that, and which I still got a bit in me, so I can go longer, and then we got Kurp Metzger, Kyle Dunnigan. Okay, so Kyle Dunnigan has got his new 0.1 show, and we're gonna see what their dynamics like. Okay, we're not really into much of the stuff that they're doing. We haven't really watched a whole lot of it, but there's a little bit of the drama that I like to watch. So there's some good stuff in there that we're just prospectors, just mining for that old funny gold there in these difficult, harsh times. Okay, so here we are.
That's the left used to do that.
I mean, I guess I've been a conspiracy theorist long enough to see it go between those two sides, right? Because in the mid 90s, if you were questioning the government, it was almost seen as like a left-wing thing, right? Mm-hmm. And then after 9/11, it was very left-wing with Occupy Wall Street. Conspiracy theories were like socialist left-wing propaganda. And then once you start getting closer to 2016, then it shifts to now it's extreme right-wing propaganda, right back to like John Birch Society style conspiracy theories, right? So it's always jumping from one side to the other. And I remember looking around, like I don't remember changing left and right sides, but just being
principle can never theorist. All cult of personality principle.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like
it's always like the
got to be political.
Principle. You're the problem, motherfucker, because we need to be trending in a state of flux. I mean, that's all that Weishaupt shit too, right? We want everything to be a fucking amorphous blob at all times, and we don't want to have rules written down that we have to.
The flux capacitor,
like a tech company, right? They like to secretly ban you and not tell you why. We don't want anything written down. We don't want anything hard and firm. It's all got to be.
Well, I mean, we're talking about like the concept of blackballing, right? Which is like how you would vote on someone in a secret society, where they don't know what the outcome of the vote was. It's just that someone said no, and that's all you get to know.
Whoa! I don't know the concept. You know what? I've never heard what blackballing actually was.
Okay, so when it's not exclusive to Freemasons, because plenty of other secret societies do this. But when Masons, as an example, are voting on whether or not, like, you wanted to join a Masonic lodge in your area, right? All the Masons in that lodge get together and they say, hey, there's this guy, Kurt. He wants to join this lodge. Here's what we know about him. And what they do is that everyone gets to put a little ball inside this little voting receptacle. And you either put a white ball in or you put a black ball in. And after, let's say, like 20 people vote, they don't even care who voted for who. As long as there's a single black ball in the vote, then it means you don't get entry. So to blackball someone means to prevent them from joining a thing or getting involved in a thing. And you don't even have to be accountable. I can just put a blackball in there and be like, oh, wow, who blackballed Kurt? That's crazy. I wouldn't have blackballed him, but it was me.
Wow. That's where blackball came from. Wow. Well, where did blacklisted come from then? So interesting. They all love the black and white. Checkered floors. I too would have to be blindfolded doing little theatrical ceremonies if I was doing it on checkered floors. Get all dizzy. Okay. So they get all blindfolded up and falling backwards. Well, trust falls that I did in summer camp. Okay. These are camp counselors that haven't, they're failure to departure. Okay. So, no, hold on. Let's not get into it. All 33. I'm just 4'3". But one day I'm gonna be 4'5". Okay, Kurp Metzger is 6'3". Okay, Kurp Metzger is 6'3", and his producer is 6'8". Okay, I am 4'3". Okay, and I just need 2 more inches, and I'll be 4'5". Now, I had a dream about it. I wrote it down, and I believe in the power of logos. Okay, and when you speak out what you believe, and I know one day I'm going to be 4'5", and when you speak that out, you will make things happen. Okay, that's plasma technology, consciousness. Okay, and I know one day I'm gonna be 4'5". So, old Kurp here.
Boy, that's really a Hell's Angels, they'll tell you if one guy has a problem, but I don't think they use a black ball, dude. I think you just say, like, if one guy in the meeting doesn't like you, you're not in. But every one of these societies have the same fucking
same rules. Well, because this goes again back to like ancient mystery cults from thousands and thousands of years ago operated this exact same way. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it in kind of a way.
Yeah, and also one thing is these people that do this, they're not that creative. They're literally not creative. They fucking suck, and so you always need a new stream of. You gotta be drawing new creatives into their thing. But I feel like this.
And that's what they do, right? They get them artists, because that's what they go for. Try and get them creatives. Stay away from them bricked windows. Who hasn't been got the invite by the Illuminati? So you just gotta mosey on your own. Beautiful day today. They're just talking their language. So they want to invite people to clubs and stuff. This is the first time I've ever spoken. Okay, I don't speak. Okay. I believe in the power of logos. I resonate. And I for sure as hell don't be reading no script. Okay. I speak my mind. But I do look forward to those days where I will be able to read sponsored ads, because God knows it does add up. It does add up. I'm in the sweat equity phase of it. And I nearly ran dry. But old Kurp here. Oh boy, I did my zoom-ins. I wonder if those... Sorry, I don't know what reality is any longer, okay? Hopefully I have the recessive. But old Kurp here.
Bavarian Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, he was just kind of like the paper pusher CEO guy. He wasn't the idea man. He hired his underling, whose guy's name was Adolf Frager, I believe. But his second-hand man, he's the one that wrote all the rituals. He's the one that got all deep into like the esoteric principles. Weishaupt was just a salesman. He would go out on the road and be like, hey, you got to join this Bavarian Illuminati we got. We're up to level 13 now. How high does your Masonic group go? Oh, you only go to level 3? Well, we go to 13, and we're going from there. So he would.
Oh, I love living next to a high-level lodge. Woo-wee. There's nothing like the shock and awe of when you have somebody that you know that people, I guess, call friends. You have a friend walk by, and they're like, oh my God, is that the such and such? And I'm like, oh, my friend, you know things, don't you? Oh, you know things like Kurp Metzger. Oh, it came from the dark. Yeah, he was born there. It's like, that's a one, with no, with no survivors. Oh, Tom Hardy, he's been MK'd like so many times. He needs a break. That's why he just has his dogs. He's like Rogan when Kurp Metzger is coming in hot. He's like, I can't. I just can't. You have no idea what I got to do to prepare. Okay, I've already foregone half my rituals that I do in order to make sure I can get into the mind state. No, I'm really all it does for me is I just hang upside down. So right now I'm actually I'm actually hanging upside down, and the camera is tilted right side up for you guys. It's like an iris. Okay. And there is no up or down. We are in Kurp Metzger's mind now.
Sell them, they'd come into the fold, and then they'd show up and they're like, all right, I'm ready for degree number 13. And his homie, Kennedy, that's his name, Adolf Kennedy, he would go to Kennedy and be like, all right, I just sold 13 rituals. And Kennedy's like, bro, I'm only up to 9. You can't be out there selling 13 and 14 and 15.
He was like L. Ron Hubbard that didn't have enough modules to complete his.
Yeah, 100%. That's the best hit. That's a great analogy.
Wow,
they're best
that's
friends.
Fucking, I kind of knew it, but I had forgotten that because there's always the Roy Kroc and the McDonald's brothers. There's always like the guy that makes it a franchise, and the guy that's like the creative one doing it. It's like in everything.
Yeah, like ooh, you know, Marky Mark. You got the little funky bunch. 'Cause you got yourself a nice little creative now, huh? He sews. He's got many books that seem way too intellectual for me. I've never. I mean, he's so smart. He doesn't even care that it's put up nice, but it looks so still put together so nicely. I mean, that is. So you got yourself a little creative, because no creativity coming out of this one. Okay. I don't know how he writes the way he does if there's not some kind of a little bit of fashion, Yeah, it's like but he's not the creative, But old Mark, he is. So Kurp got himself a creative. Yeah, that's all. That is what every major idea starts from. You gotta have, the solid guy who, knows how to keep a schedule and is good with numbers. You gotta, because that's a different dimension. So, and then you have the ones that can travel mentally and take you a bit on the on the ride with you. But anyway, Kurp's got one. He's got a mark. So, and he is wishing that it was him. Okay, so PartAmerican.com, Kurp was hoping that he could be your creative. Okay, he's talking about he might be able to get some adrenochrome. Okay, he's telling you things you haven't heard before. I hope this zooms. So, why would you pass up PartAmerican.com? Okay, you're only having Mark telecast anyways, right? And it seems that AAA has already dipped his hands in the old Kurt Metzger pot. Okay, I didn't realize I'd get numbers. But no, you're on, and it's something I've been following for a while, and but I we sprinkle a little respect with Kurp's name, but he ain't no creative. Okay, so Part American might be in there because AAA might be trying to get Mark because he's already getting Mark to book for him. So that's these freelancers, But that comes with this territory when you don't have to be there. You're everywhere. So you didn't get Mark in the non-exclusive deal, but we talked at great length about that before. So here we are.
Well, have you ever heard that Illuminati was around in like the 1300s actually? And this was the
some
Bavarian was just
Yeah, the Alumbrados. Yeah, there's versions of it, which was a Jesuit order originally. Like the original Illuminados was from the first Jesuit, and then the 18th century version was apparently like a non-Jesuit version. I find that incredibly interesting that the same group with the same name spans like 7 centuries.
Yeah, well, I think it's up finally, but when I did Rogan's podcast, I was like, and I say this all the time, but I think like Illuminati's like Ciroc now, like it's mostly for black people. Like it used to be like a bigger thing.
Okay, so yeah, Rogan. So this is a day ago. So like Kill Tony, they do theirs about 2 weeks behind. So yeah, he is shaven. So he's already shaved, and he's had his New Year's part. Yeah. So, but the Rogan was just released. So he's doing his his tour right now. But I mean, this is why no one's in the theaters. Okay, you got 2 hours of this every. I'm getting the old McConaughey whistle. I gotta go into the old McConaughey whistle. But he's getting us 2 hours every couple of days. I mean that, with direction, but still experimental. That's great. So this is why no one's watching them films. Okay. But no, Dune 2 was amazing, and I do need to see it again, like as well, because a lot there, but it wasn't like, it just seemed a bit more mature than Hunger Games. I was a little concerned it was going to be a bit Hunger Game-esque, and which is probably why I didn't watch the first one. And I saw this. I think I probably saw someone mentioning that it was really good, or maybe it was around the award season. That whole thing. So I'm not even. I don't follow that stuff too much, but I enjoy it though. But watched it and wow, that was good. Good stuff. So, and I mean the wardrobe. I mean, and this is from someone who didn't see the first one. Okay, so I just jumped in. I'm just hoping it's gonna be, kind of like Terminator 2. You can enjoy yourself without watching the first one if you just watch Terminator 2. But it does help to know, but it's good in and of itself. And it was. But Kurp Metzger is looking for a creative. No, he's got one. He's got Mark, but I think AAA might be trying to get Mark to do his bidding. Okay, so Kurp might be looking for number 2.
Illuminati's like Ciroc now. Like it's mostly for black people. Like it used to be like a bigger brand. It's a British brand that was licensed and marketed to black people. I think Illuminati is Jay-Z's Ciroc now.
They workshopped a few things. They had the Perfectibilists was one of their names. They also were going to go with Order of the Bees for a little while, and then
took that one. The Mormons took the bee thing.
Well,
They're
the
all about
Mormon bee thing comes from Masonry. Like they got theirs from the Masonic concept of the beehive, and they just kind of doubled down on it because all Mormonism is sort of Freemasonry, just add water, plus your wife's allowed to come.
It's like a fucking Andrew Tate University system. There's one like scam. It's the pyramid scheme. There's one. The pyramid is like a symbol of so much. It really is. And they just set up like a pyramid. You want trying to make a structure that lasts for generations. How do you do it? You need a nice pyramid, They're fucking, it's not like, what's a Ponzi scheme's different, right? Because it has to fall out. I guess this one.
Well, the Ponzi scheme just means you always need to have a new sign up to fund the previous wave of signups ad infinitum.
Yeah, that's not a good. It's not a good way to do it, Charles Ponzi. But
if you look into the origin of Freemasonry in the United States, it's the exact same thing. That when it first started, they were going door to door, like vacuum salesmen, and saying like, "Hey, I can get you third degree for $11," and then the guy they'll come knocking after that and be like, "Hey, did that guy just say 11? I can get you in for 9." And it just kind of became this like bidding war of who can sell you the most degrees for the least amount of money.
Yeah, Amway, dude. That sounds like the American way, Amway.
And ironically, Amway and other groups like that, like insurance salesmen, that's what kind of makes Masonry no longer a valid system anymore, because now you got LinkedIn and you've got other ways to provide like background checks on people if they move to different states, and that didn't exist originally. So it's kind of getting replaced.
Who are those guys like the Timberman or some shit? They're in like the guy that made Mulholland Drive put it in who's the Twin Peaks guy? I'm forgetting his. Oh, Lynch.
Lynch.
Yeah. There's those woodsman guys in the newer Twin Peaks, but they're based on it was like a fraternal order. Was it the Albacore Club? Is it? I feel like there's something like the Woodsman or some shit they were called.
I mean, there's a lot, because there was the Elks, there was the Moose Lodge, there was a whole
insurance. It was insurance. It started out as, and they're going to a lodge or whatever, but it's all like life insurance. Like if I die, then because we didn't have an insurance industry, I guess, to that degree when they started this thing.
Yeah, there was no insurance. Well, that was one of the original reasons too that a lot of people might join the Masons back in the day. It wasn't as much to get connections and get a job. It was so that when they died, there would be some sort of a support system for their widows and for their kids. And that's the hail of the widow's son, that hailing sign. That was a reference to like, you need to take care of my people after I'm gone because I was part of this group. And there was no other alternative to that. If you died and you left your family with nothing, then they were just going to be broke for the rest of their lives.
I know, it's so fascinating how this shit where it grows out of. It's like if you got a need, if you see the need and fill the void with something, you can make a real nice drug smuggling sex cult.
Jared
What's
Leto.
your book called, by the way?
Workshopping names, but it's either Adrenochrome Unveiled, which is a reference to the ISIS Unveiled, or it might just be called the Adrenochrome book. I need something that's like very normie friendly.
Yeah, because just saying it, you could be. I mean, I imagine will be suppressed posting this.
Yeah, just the name of it will make it so I can't say the name of the book.
Yeah, that's why you can't tell people that you're gonna be reacting to Rogan. Apparently, I gotta put nondescript titles in my live streams. I think I need to start, and then just title the stuff that that gets clipped out because I make a plan for these things and you just kind of just go with the flow, and it's hard. It takes a lot of time trying to figure out what to title these things. How are you supposed to title something before you do it? So I'm not an author. Okay, I let you know the title afterwards. But Kurp here. Rewind it here and see.
Yeah, because just saying it, you could be. I mean, I imagine will be suppressed posting this.
Yeah, just the name of it will make it so I can't say the name of the book.
But anyway, Ormus, dude, that's the one to look into. Just drinking the gold, I don't think does shit. But the real one is juiced pineal glands, pituitary glands, and human lung tissue. And they do an alchemical process, which I assume is two guys touch dicks in the moonlight or something over it. And that's supposed to
let me check
enhances your lifespan. And the dude was telling me,
whoa. All right, so I think he's joking about he's probably not joking about the dick thing, but he's what was the name that you said though?
Pituitary glands and human lung tissue. And they do an alchemical process, which I assume is two guys touch dicks in the moonlight or something over it. And that supposedly enhances your lifespan. And the dude was telling me, he named a family too. They're called Van Duysens. And the guy wrote a book called Astrogenetics in 1977. There's no picture of the guy anywhere. It's very hard to find any info. He wrote one book, and it was all about using astrology and marrying it to genetics of your kids to make plans for. But these assholes make war on each other with this shit. Like that's what the story of Jesus is. The three magi come.
Yeah, they all have like these oracles, and I mean, wasn't there some talk about Hillary Clinton going to see one, or maybe she is one? No, I think there's been quite a few actually. But sometimes you just need to bounce some ideas off someone. Like, should I? I can't even say the things that she's been accused of. But that's when the old therapist is saying, I think you're just like Kyle Dunnigan. My psychiatrist just said, yeah, I think you're done. And how's that? And Kitty's like, I'm perfect. I don't even need it. Yay, perfect, Kitty. Okay. No, she's just fine. We're just poking fun. But they got a new show. But this is good stuff. Please don't strike me down, Kurt Metzger, please. I felt the wrath of Rogan. I barely
because
barely started.
Herod, somebody did his star chart, and they're like, "You got to go kill this kid." That rich people have done that for years and years. Use the stars to like pick out an infanticide based on who could harm them later. Okay, wild. And so the reason a funeral home family would have that goes back to Egypt, dude. All of that pharaonic system is like, funerals are a ripoff. So they were in charge. The priests, they're just like a funerary service that got out of hand. That's how I regard them. And so everything's a big pageant, and every death-based OCD society where you got to memorize stupid shit. The pharaoh. When people talk about it, they'll act like this was like good info they're giving the pharaoh. Like when you meet the ferryman, you must identify the boat oar and say it is a blah blah, and then they're gonna all this bullshit, dude. And it's tying your whole day up with pageantry and nonsense, right? And then when you're dead, I got access to your body parts, and I probably got all kinds of weird skills that you could pass down for quite some time, especially if you discovered monoatomic gold mixed with this shit, which they say the Anunnaki used to drink in, I guess, Sumerian lore. But it's like that movie with.
Oh man, okay. So you hear about them watches that they got, or those, that watch that they have, that they're wearing, and then they have the basket too, that they carry. Now they have this symbol on what looks like a watch on their wrist, and it's a I don't know if it could appear to be like a 12 pointed star, but it's carved in stone like a petal, like a flower petal, and when I look at it, what it reminds me of is, and you got to think of plasma now, okay? And these people might have been dealing with some kind of technology that could make them transport to different places and different dimensions and different times. So these are time travelers, and they use this technology. Well, they carry this small little, parcel, or kind of not even parcel. It's not. It's an open basket. It's like a small purse, and then they have this, what looks like almost like a watch on top of their wrist. Okay, now make sure that I capture this right. So they have that wrist watch, and then they also then carry that bag. So that watch actually, and I'm not saying to watch. I'm just saying that thing. Yeah, let me pull up a picture, of course. Thank you. I am new to this, of course. But let me just say too, I will, let me finish, because I'll forget what I'm saying, because that's just how my mind is. But they have this image, and if you well, what I think is it looks like a lemon rind kind of thing. It looks like something that you would maybe use your hand to push down and to break bread, and you're cutting yourself. And don't cut yourself. I don't want to be saying that. And don't listen to me at night I'm not trying to put those things in your mouth, or in your mind. So, but what if that was a thing to, like if they had to do that, and then that then kind of poured into the basket as they did that, and then they made some kind of technology. Oh God, it's too late. What am I talking about? No, but let me pull a picture up, because who's the I got Thomas Leary on my who's that? Let me pull him up real quick. 1 second. Yeah, Hunter Thomas, Gonzo. There, he has that into that image of the hand it's like a 6 fingers or a strange kind of. So, oh boy, how do you even spell that? It's too late for this. Thank you. Anunnaki. Okay. And there's well, I gotta make sure I'm not jumping on like the History Channel and their little renditions. Okay, so they have the. Make sure it catches these zoom ins. Oh, hopefully it's catching this, but so you got right here. Okay, so and this is the applicator. Okay, but this right here is the receiver. So let me make sure. Oh, let me make sure it's not in the shot here. Okay. So, here, 1 second. Okay. Oh. Sorry for the dead air space. I'm having a little technical difficulty, and I'm okay, we're right there. So there's the Anunnaki here. So that doesn't help that much. Yeah, I'm trying to. There we go. Here we go. Hopefully it. Oh man. It looks like it. Oh man, I hope it's not frozen. Let me just a little technical difficulty here. Just gonna try to unfreeze it. Oh boy. Well, hopefully it's okay. I'm just gonna assume so. But here, I believe is the applicator of, you know, that's that wrist thing. Okay, so that's but on the other side, and we'll find a picture of that too. On the other side is this image of you know what? Okay, I just need to pull up the image. So let's see if I can duplicate that here. Okay. So that right there. Now, again, I hope I didn't freeze the computer from zooming in. But what I'm trying to show you is this image, and that's on the front of their wrist. Okay, and here's another one. Okay. Now this might be I don't know if this is like drawn or AI, but they're just showing that it's on the front side of their arm. And I just thought, I just had one of those ideas that, what if, there was a little bit of plasma involved. Let me make sure I'm not in the way. Oh boy. Like what if they had to smash their hand, their palm, and what if that's the whole Jesus thing, the seeing the holes in the hand, and you would have to, basically puncture your palm, and we have, you know, certain functionings with our palms. They're it's like a little bit of an antenna, or like you can. There's research you can do on that, and I don't know enough about it, but you can possibly direct energy out from your hand as well. So with it being the idea of it being your hand, maybe there's something about that because of it. I don't know. So I just an idea I had, and so you basically have to like smash the palm of your hand on that, then maybe. But that's dark. I don't get dark like that, but just an idea I had. Because they could be timed, sundials or something, but I just thought that, because that's collecting a lot of sweat going down your arm all the time, and so you're just creating this like potion stuff, and that's if it's open. So maybe it's not, but I thought maybe that might be some of that plasma technology. Okay. I don't know, and I don't know whether this is true or not, but I wonder if some of those ancient temples were, they're all, becoming alchemists, so, a lot of stuff out there, a lot of stuff. But that's kind of what I was saying. But now that I look at it, you ain't doing no puncture on that thing. But yeah, I don't know. So then they have the pine cone too. So that could be representative of just consciousness or something, but it could be also the applicator of what's ever in the little plasma purse. Yeah. Every man wishes he could grow his beard like that and not look absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't happen. Got the wings, got the pine cone, even got the remnants of probably the fish, the fisherman. He's seen it all. So little time travelers. And all across history, they all talk about these beans and wings. Oh, here's a good picture of it. Oh my gosh. I hope that thing's not frozen. Oh my god. Sorry guys. Let me just double check. I had a live cast not go through, so I had 4 hours that I thought was lost. I ended up finding it, but it did not go through to YouTube. And but let me just make sure that it's locking in on the image here. But yeah, I love a good Anunnaki dive. I mean that's, you know, way better than Quasargalatl. Yeah, I can barely stand the sight of. No, I never diss another man's deity. But you know, now these, you know, cuneiform images could have been put in afterwards. You know, all that stuff, but maybe not. But again, I wish I could zoom in confidence once again, but I'm learning to be okay not zooming. Let's open it up. I mean, if you could only have caps like that. Oh, there I go. In the zoom. Oh boy. Hold on, freeze it. But I mean, you got nature, you got time travel, you got helping out people with ancient wisdom. They probably come in right after, you know, right at the end of the apocalypse. They come in and just be like, all right, guys, here's how you gotta rebuild civilization. They came in after the flood, riding on the T-Rex from the museum casts. There. So, yeah, good old knocking. Got to remember, we got a show. I thought I was just hanging out with some old deities. Forgot that we were doing a show. Here we go. But no, we're exploring, just having fun. So here. So that's a little fun theory. I'll have the occasional fun theories, and they're way out there. You know, these are just little Hail Marys from St. Michael elsewhere. Okay. And these fun little theories I like to kind of you know, sometimes you got to hear yourself say it to hear how ridiculous it is. And you ain't never gonna hear me say it. But here we are, saying it a lot. Yes, exactly. Oh, Ormus. I'll let it play, but let me look that up too. Excuse me. Whoa. Well, so this is like a libel, like a that's like the like a blood contract now. Is that what he's gonna say? Where wow, so these are gonna be like these are the blood contracts. So here, so he mentioned Ormus. So let me bring that up here, and again, I hope that hope I'm not frozen out there. But, oh, see, that's not right. Right there. Okay. No, this is not. That was, no, it's not a wellness center. Okay, so or well that's not a quick search one. So we'll have to see what else he's talking about with the Ormus. Let's play this here. Oh, guys, I am. Looks like the screen is Oh, the screen is frozen. Oh my God, have I been talking this whole time without with a frozen screen? Oh man, it wouldn't have been the first time. Okay, it's all right. Let me um let me try this again. Wow, and we're sitting about just a little over 5 hours anyway. So maybe this might be a little bit of a sign of the time. But it does look like I am the camera's frozen. I wonder if you were even able to hear the audio. Ooh, sorry about that. Let me make sure that it picks up the signal here. Okay. Now let's see if I press play, if it picks it up on. Oh goodness. All right. Well, we're just gonna hang back for a bit while I figure this out. Good time to take a break. Okay. Getting closer. Oh boy. Well, yeah, frozen. Okay. Oh man. Let me see if I can press play. You can hear it now.
For you, those first
Oh, thank you. Okay. Um. Hmm. I'm just gonna keep assuming that that's from zooming in, or maybe having a pop-out preview window. Um, so, and that's a preview of what is being shown, or what's being broadcast. Okay, so we are operating on a well, here we are. So we're back again. Now, let me take this back, because apparently it wasn't going. So I'm going to take it back a bit. A lot of good stuff. We're only halfway through, and we can go a little bit further here, but it's all good stuff.
present blood libel and blood magic. So if you've got
Humans,
And back it up
which
a
they
little
say
bit
the
more.
Anunnaki used to drink.
Oh yes, let's get back on track on that. I lost track on the Anunnaki. Oh man, got a little fun fiction. But yeah, I mean okay, because Quasicolato doesn't do it for me. Okay, if you're Anunnaki, you got my attention. So I wish people still dress like that. They need to. Yeah. That's a dressing like Dune 2 wardrobe. Let's get back on track here. So he's talking to Anunnaki. What was he talking about right before? Is that? Oh, this is my. There we go. There we go. We're take it back a little bit before.
Society where you got to memorize stupid shit. The Pharaoh. When people talk about it, they'll act like this was like good info they're giving the Pharaoh. Like when you meet the ferryman, you must identify the boat oar and say it is a blah blah, and then they're gonna all this bullshit, dude. And it's tying your whole day up with pageantry and nonsense, right? And then when you're dead, I got access to your body parts, and I probably got all kinds of weird skills that you could pass down for quite some time, especially if you discovered monoatomic gold mixed with this shit, which they say the Anunnaki used to drink in, I guess, Sumerian lore. But it's like that movie with what's her name?
Oh,
The one that's married to Ashton Kutcher, and she was actually space royalty, and they used humans to make their lives.
Jupiter Rising.
yeah.
So I would have been, oh, they're talking about adrenochrome. That's why.
Which had these interdimensional beings kind of crossing through, and were they taking pictures of her, or was she trying to take a picture? Oh, like trying to capture and put in that frozen state. So a little bit of an abduction thing. Yeah.
She was actually space royalty, and they used humans to make their lives.
Jupiter Rising.
So I would have been, oh, they're talking about adrenochrome. That's what I thought when I saw Death Becomes Her. Oh, it's probably about no, it's probably about Ormus, dude. It's probably about Ormus.
I mean, it could be a little bit of everything, because again, adrenochrome is just now, in my opinion, it's a placeholder to represent blood libel and blood magic. So if you've got like
Will you explain blood libel to me? What do you mean blood libel? The matzo thing?
Blood libel is like the OG anti-Semitic accusations that date back 2 millennia, and basically it was that they were kidnapping young Christian children and torturing them for their blood to use in magic practices. That's
Who was being
essentially,
accused of this?
and there was like 4 or 5 specific historical accounts in which this was supposed to be documented, and that those first like 4 or 5 instances were then used as justification for all other anti-Semitism that came after that for like 1,000 years.
When roughly was that? Would you say like the first? Like,
The earliest credible account is somewhere around the 1300s, I believe.
oh no shit!
There's then there's paintings and there's like songs and stories that have been around forever on these specific blood libel groups. But again, you only cared about blood libel if you cared about religion and the supernatural. So now there's a version of that where you can care about adrenochrome without getting into the weeds in religion.
Oh man.
Yeah, well that's
And that Kurp does that with all these for me. You know, like you can separate the wheat from the chaff. Let's listen to that again. This is a really good one. Really good episode. Thank you, Kurp.
That came after that for like 1,000 years.
When roughly was that? Would you say like the first? Like,
The earliest credible account is somewhere around the 1300s, I believe.
oh no shit!
There's paintings and there's like songs and stories that have been around forever on these specific blood libel groups. But again, you only cared about blood libel if you cared about religion and the supernatural. So now there's a version of that where you can care about adrenochrome without getting into the weeds in religion.
Yeah, well that's interesting because isn't that when Kabbalah? I guess I'm saying that. Doesn't Kabbalah come out in about the 1300s, or is that the Zohar I'm thinking of?
I think the Kabbalah and the Tree of Life predates blood libel by a large factor.
Well, probably it goes back a long way, but when historians mainstream consensus that I think it's around 1300, I could be wrong about that, or like 1200, 1300.
So the very first instance of blood libel recorded, it was by Tacitus in 56, the year 56, by a Roman historian, and he said that it was believed that Christians drank blood and committed infanticide. That's the origins of blood libel.
So the Last Supper is the original blood libel. Is that what that means? Because that's what they're referring to. Drink my blood and this is my body, right?
I mean, I don't know. I've never heard that. I mean, I can see.
That's great. Okay. Yes, Kurp. Thank you for thinking like a recessive. Your mind's everywhere. You're connecting dots that no man should connect. You thinking about the Last Supper and libel? You thinking about breaking bread? You know about the contract negotiation? No negotiating when there's blood libel. Okay. Nice. I got it. Yeah. I'm enjoying this a little bit. I gotta get a strong opinion about something. Because we are a reaction hub, a commentary reaction hub, and sometimes we just gotta feed the soul a little bit. And was taken by surprise by Kurp Metzger's latest drop, his latest Durp.
Said that it was believed that Christians drank blood and committed infanticide. That's the origins of blood libel.
So
the
it's
Last
real.
Supper is the original blood libel. Is that what that means? Because that's what they're referring to. Drink my blood and this is my body, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I've never heard.
Wow. See? So it was literal. Interesting. So, yeah, they did all sorts of sacrifices and all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, The whole, yeah, sacrificing this kid, but found a bull instead. Um, yeah, different times, different times. They're trying to bring back Babylon. They want to wear the kilts again. No, no, we love the Scotch. Okay, and actually, I just like the Anunnaki wearing those. I I really think this is a far superior way of dressing. Okay, I think that is how you stay cool and warm. Okay, you can't have just like mittens. Okay, everyone knows when you're wearing mittens without the fingers in the holes, and you just got a pair of mittens, it's the warmest. Everyone knows that. If you got gloves and you got to put a finger in each little slot, you're not having body warmth. Okay, so it's having to fend on its own, and it needs to be together. So that's how the legs are. Okay, you throw a pair of pants on, and you're separating the body in half. You're putting me in cognitive dissonance with my my lower section. Okay, so and no man's gonna put me in cognitive dissonance of my lower section. Okay, so you gotta, this is a far better way of dressing. All this is. So pants are from the past. That's military. Okay. Pants came from World War One. I mean, how is there not some of these kind of movies coming out that, I mean, trying to do all these superheroes when you got Anunnaki right there. Come on, yeah. Even has a little Batman costume. Okay, everyone's gonna have a little bit of that bird head. So this is a far superior way of dressing. All this. You're getting, back pain from your belt on that. So you gotta get rid of all that stuff and just start wearing robes again. And make it popular. Okay. If Kurp Metzger's wearing Carhartt, yeah, 10 years after it was cool, we can work hard to get this style back. God dang. I mean, look at that. Jacket. It's a dual purpose jacket. And short sleeve, because no, you ain't getting those pythons in a pair of sleeves. Okay, that is, the sleeves is the way of the leg pants. You gotta keep those open. I don't know how you can keep those open, but just grabs a lion by the head, like it ain't nothing. I mean, if only. So, again, ain't no quasi colado. Okay. Oh man, Could I even spell that one? Oh man. Oh. I gotta find that one on the other side. It's here. There we are. Don't think I was even close. Thank you, Google. Again, I know it's late. I'm not gonna go all the way into it, but Guazacolado lives in Colorado. Aztec, Guazacolado lives in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. Okay, these are the. See, yeah, that is the plume serpent. Isn't it? Isn't this the same thing? Yeah, the feathered serpent. It's Quetzalcoatl. Okay, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. But then yeah, I didn't think that. I thought they were the same thing too. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. A little too bright color for me. Okay. I mean, I like the etched in stone, but when you get into the primary colors of a deity, I mean, those colors were just made, a couple hundred years ago. Okay, we just came up with green. Okay, we got Anunnaki here. He's chiseled in stone. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You gotta, I like my deities a little bit golden. Okay, there's no bright greens and odd shades of blue. It's little too Aztec for me. I don't know what's happening. That's yeah. Then we got the dragon lore. Okay. Joe Rogan believes in dragons. So do ancient people and other cultures. It's in their calendars. It's like Super Mario 3. Ooh, look at that. Wow. Wow. Now, how would you do something like that? Wow. That looks like the Aztec or the Anunnaki wristwatch right there. So that's what I was saying. It's these flower petal kind of shapes that then I would think would actually pour out. Okay. So, and I was thinking, probably blood pouring out. But they got this upright like that. Like Paranoia America's display. So they got the Anunnaki watch upright when you're doing the plumed serpent. See, I got the plumed serpent right here, and there he is right there. Quetzalcoatl. So, good old Quetzalcoatl. He lives in Colorado. So, if you're gonna go there, you might as well go a little Shiva. Okay, if you're gonna go quasi-colado, you might as well go. Now, I can't get into the cartoon stuff, okay? However, now I'm trusting that. I'm checking my other monitor here, and I'm trusting that this image is being zoomed in. I'm gonna. It looks like I can zoom now, so we'll just try it again. Hopefully, I don't mess things up, but the chat might be in the way on this one here, because I don't know why. Oh my gosh, it does look like it's frozen. Oh my gosh, I froze it again. No, is it? Oh man, it is. Sorry guys. It's got to be the zooms. I guess. All right, these are growing pains. Here we are, saying I will never zoom again. It was working for a moment, and I'm like, okay. Oh wait, is that what? Well, I really could do that. I could do display, but then I'm pretty sure you'll see. Yeah, you'll see me flipping through that, which it isn't the worst thing, but because I went window capture on this, but maybe that's why it's freezing up too. So maybe we should just stay on this for a little bit, and no, Asmongold doesn't cycle through his tab bar. So let me just bring it on back. Sorry, I'm just figuring this out here. Because it looks like you're frozen. I just want to make sure you're seeing the slideshow. But we can be radio too. We can go audio, but might as well have the visuals here. So I think that did it. Now, okay. Oh, it is still frozen. So let me go to this screen here so I can fix it. Since it's showing on the little display here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. We're back? Okay, we're back. All right. We got... Okay. So, I just can't zoom in. Let's just assume so. And we can move on here. Okay. So if you're gonna go, quasi-colado, you might as well go little Shiva. And the chat's gonna let me. Bring it on over to the other side here. So you can see this. I got a couple monitors running at the same time. Because now I'm nervous that you guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. But we got that one's okay. There's better out there, but yeah. See, it gets a little too cartoony. So yeah, nah, I'm an Anunnaki guy. Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, you got me back. So you never had me, Shiva, or did you? I just zoomed again. Dang. Oh man. Oh boy. But hopefully that didn't. But here we go. So that's a little Shiva too. Okay. So you gotta throw he her in there. Cause that's the dancing warrior, the Kali Yuga. Yeah. If you can sit like that means you're athletic. Okay, so you gotta be fit in order to sit like that. So don't think Kurp sitting like that too much. You probably should. But don't have wings though. The old time travelers here. I mean that needs to be my background screen. Like, see if I can switch up the camera again. See here. Trying to do a. Oh, Simon, let me do a. Here we go. Okay. He's like, he's just like, probably just came in from a landing right there. Took a couple steps. He's about to open up. For flight right there. I was about to zoom in again. I wonder if he's showing the palm of his hand for any particular reason. Okay, that's that, thing maybe. Didn't all Jesus have that thing too? Be able to see the, when he came back from the dead, he came back to see them in the room, or he walked through walls and he was with the apostles again. Well, what if that was him coming back from the initiation, where you have to do that plasma technology to go full Lazarus. Okay, the Lazarus Project. So I think that's what happens when you see those drawings of people with their finger pointed up like this. They've touched the divine. Okay, they came back from the dead. It's like that moment, that eureka moment, coming back, and you're just a little, slightly like super cleared, but a little bit, well, still buzzing from that NDE, whatever that is, because you hold the pose with just your finger like that. Yeah, that's a dangerous delicacy, and that's a delicate position. So that's a dangerous, thing. Like just that one, that's too much information. You just know too much. So he's showing his palms, and but again, yeah, I can't zoom in. But oh wait, did I already? Oh boy, is that the size? Oh good. So a lot of zooming. Yeah, I wonder if these tabs are all these tabs doing that? No. Okay. Well, hopefully that didn't fry the system. So Kurp's taking us on a little deity Mulholland Drive.
Heard that. I mean, I can see the merit in it. Yeah, I mean, you're drinking.
It's a Jewish cult.
Blood libel historically usually was implying the blood of children, not of Jesus. But
Well,
I guess you got to pick between one of the two.
Kid I could think of. Well, but if Tacitus,
well, he was like 30 at that point.
If Tacitus is saying that about Christians, that has to refer.
Oh, actually, though, there's stories of him being in the temples as a young child. Ooh, wow, interesting. Kurp, good little launching pad you provided. So if you think about it like that, maybe they performed a few rituals on old Jesus Cristo when he was a young lad, because his parents were looking for him, and he's like, where else would I be but what do you say, among my who knows about religion, but I know it all. I know every single religion. No, I do appreciate studying religions. Don't study too much of them, but it's good to know about them. But I enjoy hearing about them. So he's saying that the Last Supper, maybe he said that, but he's talking about blood libel.
I mean, one of the two.
Kid I could think of. Well, but if Tacitus,
well, he was like 30 at that point.
If Tacitus is saying that about Christians, that has to refer to the Last Supper ritual, right?
His reference to blood libel was a direct implication to the transubstantiation, because at this point that was definitely seen as crazy cult behavior. That was not mainstream yet. There was no Vatican to like mainstream it for him.
Yeah, right. So, and it's still a Jewish thing then. There's still a faction of Jews at that point, aren't they?
Yeah. And then the most recent one is 1784. It was in Hamburg, and there was people tortured to death that were accused of killing a Jew in order to drink the Jew's blood. So it kind of came full
Whoa.
circle in the most recent version.
Oh boy, with a nice pastrami sandwich and a
And I mean, you can find alchemical formulas from the Middle Ages too that all reference needing human blood in all their various recipes. So there's an ongoing, and I guess the other part that brings adrenochrome in this and makes it interesting is that there's not just one specific cultural group or time in history when people thought human blood had magic. Like you can go to any continent.
it's
There's
the
another
life.
one
Blood is- That's yeah, of course.
well, and like the Aztec god of tears, where they would rip out children's fingernails and make them cry because they thought that the tears and the blood hitting the soil would act as sympathetic magic. So the gods would be
Oh.
like, "Oh, you're making it rain on the micro. I'll make it rain on the macro."
Okay. Now that's what I was saying about them temple builders, okay? That's what I was saying about the temples. That they're not just spitting in the mud trying to make mortar, okay? They're doing all sorts of things in order to make the chemicals needed to create, you know, these harmonic shapes. You know, they start vibrating and start, because all the old cartoons always showed like these you know, the the warlock, you know, summoning up a castle out of the ground, just you know, that kind of thing. And so he's saying that it could be you know, be used for possibly something like that. I mean, I might be going a little Kurt you know, Kurp talking points here, a little turning Kurp USA, turning Kurp USA. Creative. Wow. 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 Oh. The free magician. I'm a 33 degree free magician. Okay, that's the Freemason thing. They're like, hey, you know, you don't got to be this anymore. You can just be your own. Okay, and that's what I said at the beginning. Instead of building these temples and being locked into these apprenticeships, you know, why not just, you can be free. You can have your own. We'll just build them out of out of trees. We don't need stones, and we don't need your alchemy. Okay, we just need a tree. We can grow them. So yeah, we'll see. There's good stuff. Good stuff here. Yep. Oh, Kurp. You know, Kurp's an old relationship. Okay. He's you know, just like all comics. You know, you just need some reassurance that knowing that, yeah. So Kurp gets a little nervous occasionally. 'Cause she's way out of Kurp's league. She's no, she's they're she's definitely softened him up, in the best way. I mean, he still has his edges, but he's not browbeating women too much. So, oh, I hope that Zoom didn't do it again. Man, I can't get narrative when Kurp just gets me narrative. I just want to tell the story of Kurp Metzger. But oh, it did. It all froze up. Oh man, I'll learn soon enough. Get it. Make sure that we capture the right scene. Okay. And but all Kurp here, he's with this one, he's been told a lot of information that he hasn't heard before. And all right, there we are, and we're back. So Kurp's he's content. So
just like little superstitious things, like fishermen have superstitions that are like
For sports, like there's people that like
addicts.
they won't wash their socks, otherwise their team loses, right?
Yeah, right.
And that's the micro level. That's like each person is a magician. But if they're like, oh, well, it's not my socks. I just got to make sure that Bob down the street, he doesn't wash his socks. That's on him now. That's kind of how
I figured out that I could chain you all together like a big system and make you all not wash your socks until it alters reality itself.
Well, and at one point, there's one guy that's like, all I have to do is not wash my socks, and I don't have to go out hunting and put myself in harm's way anymore. Like, more of this. How do we keep building on top of this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I get it.
Grove thousands of years later.
Well, I mean, now it's some things like behind schedule because of how rushed and like weird everything is now. Everything is like, I don't pretend that I know exactly what's coming, but something. Whoever's on top is constantly, perpetually. Even their adrenaline training, I think, is not working as well because you could just see the panic and the like. We got to do this right now. I know a lot of this shit gets done according to like astrological signs and shit on the calendar because there's certain like dates or whatever. You've heard of this, like Gwyneth Paltrow goop kind of shit where you want to conceive on a certain day, so your kid will be born on a certain day. But at high levels, and I think Joseph Farrell's right about it. as over thousands of years, astrology could become a kind of statistical science, you know?
Well, it's where we get astrology originally, was from the astronomy. And the other thing too that I've understood more and more is that astrology is more than just the horoscope crap that you see in like the papers,
Yeah, I
right?
think that's probably just horseshit.
And
Well,
the,
yeah.
well, and the whole like the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. All that is this universal truth that gets ascribed to astrology, but really what they're talking about are cycles in which things die and then they're born again, and then they die and then they get born again. That's essentially what astrology is describing, and has less to do with like the actual month of March than it really has to do with the month in which you would send your troops to war, which was the original concept of March, because that was the first time of the year
Wow.
that the weather was
March.
permitting that you could go back to war.
Right. So we have to march. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. You know, he loves those words. Gurp does. We got the. This is a great episode. I wonder if he's going to talk a little bit about the 13 months. Okay, we need to get back on the 13-month calendar, folks. Okay, we have 13. We got enough days in the year for there to be 13 months, but they sprinkle them all in those 11 other months, and give us 12 instead. But you get 28 days divides evenly into 13. So you don't have to figure out which month has 30 or 31 days. Every day falls on the same. Let's see here. How does that work? Yeah. So, well, we'll have to take it. We can take a look at this here. So just put 13 months. We don't need to look into it. But yeah, this is part of the transformative experience, because I don't want Kurp to distract me. So each day fits in. And I don't want to zoom. Make sure okay, we're still. Okay, so this should show. Let's see. Oh, way too bright. Let me back it up. Sorry, I do not want to do that to you guys. Gotta go Anunnaki color. So let me make sure that cameras are out of the way, because I do not want to zoom. Switch up the camera here so we can get a look at the calendar. All right. Now it says that shows the old calendar. About 31 days in January. 29, 28, 29, February, March 31, then April 30, May 31. You know, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even recite it back to you. I wouldn't even know. Okay, the old 13-month calendar. See, this is the Gregorian calendar. So you gotta look into where that came from. And between that and somehow detuning everything into a off-key pitch, I guess, from the original harmony of the planet, we're all off of all sorts of stuff. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now when it is, because I am exhibiting exactly what this guy's talking about. with the seasons. Okay, it's and yeah. So you got, let's pull up so you can see the days. Oh, these white ones. We don't like to act. Yeah. Oh, and the same thing with the turtle shell. It divides evenly to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 sections, and then you got 28 days around the turtle. So 28 days later, like the movie. So 28 days each month for 13 months, you get 365 or 66, whatever it is. I'm not a numerologist like these other sacred geometry folks. But we need to get back on that calendar, okay? Figure that out. You want world peace. Goes back in sync with nature. Okay, not some dictator. And there you go. Even do a round one. Exactly. All right. Gotta get to Anunnaki with it. I gotta have some. Okay, so there's the turtle one. All right, well, we're just gonna go. Oh, I can't go white and yellow screen. That's way too harsh. Let's see what this one does. All right, turn your screen monitors down. It's gonna get a little bit bright here. Oh, what are we signing up for? All right, so let's see if you guys are seeing this here. Okay. So this is the simplest and easiest way to live. Now there it goes. It even says harmony. Okay, it's in the name. 13-month by 28 days. Okay, so month 1, we don't even have to name them. Okay, you don't even need to get all trying to figure out the title of your live stream before you even know what you're going to be doing. Okay, you don't know what to call it. But here's month 1. And so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. See, there you go. It starts like that. Or if you want to do Sunday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. However you want to do it. It works out to be 365. Yeah. So there you go. Why complicate it? Just, but they do it. It's the matrix prison. So
Get it? Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's actually, I mean, that's not like some weird Jordan Maxwell etymology. Like that's the actual origin of
it
March.
sounds right. No, yeah, Jordan Maxwell will be a little goofy with his etymology at times. Although that's why.
He
Although I
gets
saw
into this
pterodactyl.
angle. Speaking of schizophrenia, there's this angle called clanging, and clanging is a medical term for when someone gets into one of these loops where they're like pop, bop, dop, stop, nop, like they just start rhyming random crap. But you can take that concept of clanging and attribute it to like a lot of conspiracy theory, where someone's like, you know, alien. Well, aliens are green and money is green, and we were taking
Okay, so people don't like to hear that free association stuff. Okay. Uh, well, rapping gets you in the flow state. Okay. So you start rhyming uh, without trying to. Now, go back in the archives. There was a couple times, and the one in particular that I don't think the audio was all that good. I was gated. Okay, I was so the beginnings and the ends of my sentences were getting cut off, but I went deep on that one. Oh man! So that's when I came to terms with my 4/5 and my 4/3, and there was a moment there where I was unintentionally rhyming everything I was saying. Okay, and I wasn't purposely doing it. I wasn't trying it, and there was a point that I was aware that I was doing that, and it still didn't even lessen it. Because usually within become aware of something that that kind of it stops or whatever. So and then I would say something that I would think that there'd be no way you could rhyme with that word, and somehow it just did. And yeah, well, yeah, doesn't got to be all kind of wacky thought. You just done got somebody interrupting you. Okay, that's how they used to live back then. They had attention, so their attention wasn't divided, and they could uh, just speak without thinking. Okay, it's the thinking man that gets locked up. Okay, that's why Kyle Dunnigan is so good, because he doesn't even let his thinking get in his way. Okay, um, and Kyle Dunnigan's thoughtful, but he doesn't let. There's no paralysis through analysis on Dunnigan. He just gets worn out because he's a people pleaser and just doing his thing. But good stuff here.
Taking off the gold standard in 1970 alien
So, yeah.
and a tribute.
So calendar, a 13-month calendar. Gotta look into that too. And that's not crazy talk. I mean that shows that we're in some weird mind prison to have to guess how many days there are in a month.
Attribute it to like a lot of conspiracy theory where someone's like, alien.
There you go. Shadow work. That's how a lot of rap is right now. Real quick, I feel like some of the rap lyrics are starting to do that too. That's all this old cowboy listens to. But they'll get ahead of. They'll basically have a sentence and chop it up in thirds or whatever, and then just say, a portion of it in the one phrase along with other things, and then continue that sentence structure into the next phrase, knowing that your mind will fill in the gaps. Kind of like this bandana doing to my Gino Piscante hairline. And so I've noticed that too, that they're kind of allowing the mind to fill in the gaps a bit. So there's a little schizophrenic writing out there, but you gotta go a little gonzo sometimes. Jelly roll. Oh, the Huxleys. Well, them in the gates, right? Taking a quick bite to eat here. It's really don't. Whenever I'm kind of running this a little bit long, that's when I can get a quick drink or bite to eat. Never gonna eat. But Aldous Huxley and the old Gate family, Stargate, or the Gateway Project. Oh wait, so Gate wasn't what's the thing that Kurp keeps saying that he's in? Gifted and talented Bill Gates. His father was into eugenics, or his family was. Maybe that had something to do with that. Interesting. It was that wild imagination of mine. Skipping those quantum waves. I'm crest hopping on them. Metzger quantum wave patterns. Wow. Wait. What did you say about the Kardashians? That yeah. Oh. Oh, not just. Wow. Wow. Old Charles Manson trying to get in that folk music. No, Mark Kurp Metzger's producers trying to start a folk American revolution. Learning guitar chords on his ChatGPT. Learning the jackknife, this progression that will open a portal to Saturn. You'd be harmonizing on Saturn's rings with what folk magic that Mark's gonna stitch up. So a lot of folk, a lot of magic. Yeah, that's some of that Laurel Canyon stuff back in the '60s. All those musicians were plants, military plants like Turning Point USA, Turning Kurp USA. So if Candace can see it, we can. Okay. If she can see this, we can. Mm. Mm-hmm. Wow. Maybe that's why they went after Jesus Christ, huh? He was getting a little mystical and showing his hands afterwards, showing that he went through it. The old Anunnaki wristwatch routine where you jab your palm of your hand into the blades of that lemon rind cutter. That's some plasma technology there. I mean, and Kurp's been just, I mean, enjoying all of this, and so have I. I mean, he, we are both in silence listening to paranoidamerica.com because he is connecting the pieces, these missing pieces for us. We can attach this knowledge into a bit of a different area. So it's all good stuff, and just keep going and finish out the night. Excuse. Wow, it's all good stuff, and I'm saying the things that you shouldn't say as a commentator, just saying wow. Um, so um, let me so they're about a minute, an hour 30 into this 2 hour, and just rich with material. Um, so we can finish that later. I would like to get just a little bit of control alt history in here. Now I gotta figure out if because I don't think I think the last episode that I did or two of them ago, was with control at history. Excuse me. So I'm trying to figure out if I did one with him with the John Denver already for the YouTube, but we'll just kind of finish out the broadcast with a little bit of this. Ties in really well with everything that they had just discussed, so we're going to stay in that same vein. And control history is not loud, and he keeps it nice and chill. So it's really good stuff here. And we'll take a look at some of those videos too, because especially the things that have happened. Yeah. With the whole Rob Reiner situation and all the other ones that have just end up being unalived. Some wild stuff. Makes you think that they might be trying to make sure no one talks about certain things, the way so many people are dying off. So pretty wild stuff out there. But control history. This is a good follow. I've been following him because of Kurp Metzger, and this probably about a year or so ago. Yeah, I think it might have been probably about a year now. Excuse me. Whenever he first started mentioning him, and I went straight to the gemstone files. So good. Okay, the gemstone files and his talking about and again, all of the stuff is good. Oh, sorry, but anytime I talk about control of history, you got to mention the gemstone files. Past it here. Where'd it go? Okay, I think it's a little bit further down here. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. There it is. Yeah, that's a good one. Right here. Gemstone files. It goes over Howard Hughes and Jackie Onassis, when she became Onassis. But the other Onassis, the OG Onassis. Really good stuff. And that was 11 months ago. So yeah, just is there another gemstone here? Yeah. 1 year ago. So yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. So we'll stay on that same thread and see what he has to say about this stuff. Really good. because again, this is going to go over the folk kind of stuff, the 60s revolution, and that's what they just got done talking about, how it seemed to all kind of coincide with musicians and magic and sacrifice and all that stuff. Wild stuff, the year of the witch. Okay. Now I'm going back to my files right now, and I see that I have covered him quite a bit already. So, um, probably give him a little bit of space because well, we'll play this. This is really good stuff, but uh, we'll wrap it up with him. I love ending with a little bit of control out history. So even if this is a repeat for you, this is just kind of tie things into Kurp Metzger's recent interview, and this happened. Okay, so he Control Alt History released this video 4 days ago, and this interview with Kurp was just released a day ago. But maybe they did it at a different time. No, they might have filmed this pretty close, to when they released this. But so maybe Kurt Metzger watched this before he did this interview, but they tie in pretty nicely. But he's still not reciting it or anything like that. See, and that's what they're saying, you know, before on the other one. They're just talking about how let me bring him back. Sorry to be skipping here. Just, ooh, anti-Masonic. Wow. Wow. Okay. So again, this is a good one. Okay. Uh, so we'll just leave the rest of that. But I was again just trying to show how he's tying in the the musicians, these folk musicians, into all this, and but even I think he was talking back in the uh, turn of the century, or was it, it seemed a little bit earlier. Um, and here we are now, fast forward to 60s, and it's happening again. So we're in one of those cycles again. Pick up them, pick up them acoustics. Um, now you keep that resonating to yourselves, okay? Um, yeah, they're in that's 50K club. Yeah, these aren't just these aren't just guitar players. They're not just musicians. Um, so here we are. Okay, in there. No, we just got done being told about. Oh no, that's a sunglasses. Or that's his glasses. I thought he had a black eye. I thought that was part of the Black Eye Club. Um, that's his eyeglass reflection. That's dropping those adrenal drops in the brain wave. And that has a our exposed brain, according to Tom Segura's cousin, who's a neurologist or a neuroscientist. Eyeballs are exposed brain. Wow. There we are. Whoa. James Hart, Dyke, Frank Sinatra, Julia Child, Christopher Lee, Cary Grant, John Ford, Sterling Hayden. Yeah, I don't know these people, those ones, but Harry Houdini, I know that. Moberg, that sounds familiar, but sorry, don't know them. But you know, there was always those movies about, you know, saying, well, you know, here they are. Okay, now it looks like just need to calibrate this again so that you guys are. I hope you're not. Oh, I went. Oh, full screen on you. Huh? Trying to fix the screen here. How the heck did that happen? Because I got the. That's so funny. Okay, just bear with me here, folks. Here we go. Oh, that was a doozy. Um. All right. So hopefully that didn't freeze on you guys too long. But here we are talking about hypnosis. So let's back it up a little bit. Yep. I don't think my tabs are able to handle it. But, maybe I do have to go full display on this and just for you guys to see my um tab movement so that we just do this real quick. We'll end it with this. This is a short video. Okay. Now, okay. So you just have to, looks like it keeps freezing on me, so
entertaining the troops or going on a humanitarian mission, which they are doing, but they're also given like information to pass on or some specific assignment to carry out. There's this guy, George Estabrooks, who was actually involved in projects exactly like this. He was considered by some to be the father of hypnotism, and he wrote an article in the 1970s talking about how the military used him to hypnotize people to secretly relay messages during World War II. And it's honestly really interesting how he just describes this whole operation and how it worked. So I'll go ahead and just read a couple short parts from this article that he wrote about what he was involved with during the war. And he starts out by saying how he was used by the military to hypnotize couriers during the war. So he says, one of the most fascinating but dangerous applications of hypnosis is its use in military intelligence. Communication in war is always a headache. Codes can be broken, a professional spy may or may not stay bought, your own man may have unquestionable loyalty, but his judgment is always open to question. The hypnotic courier, on the other hand, provides a unique solution. I was involved in preparing many subjects for this work during World War II. One successful case involved an Army Service Corps captain who we'll call George Smith. And he continues on and talks about how the process works. He says, I put him under deep hypnosis and gave him orally a vital message to be delivered directly on his arrival in Japan to a certain colonel. Let's say his name was Brown, of military intelligence. Outside of myself, Colonel Brown was the only person who could hypnotize Captain Smith. This is locking, quote unquote. I performed it by saying to the hypnotized captain, until further orders from me, only Colonel Brown and I can hypnotize you. We will use a signal phrase, the moon is clear. Whenever you hear this phrase from Brown or myself, you will pass instantly into deep hypnosis. When Captain Smith reawakened, he had no conscious memory of what happened in trance. All that he was aware of was that he must head for Tokyo to pick up a division report. On his arrival there,
so that, you know, we now have watched, sorry to be coughing in the microphone there, but we've now watched this clip a few times here, and it's just, this is really good information. Okay, they talking about all sorts of things. One of which is being hypnotized and then carrying out orders with, and then finishing those orders and having no recollection of doing anything. So that's pretty wild stuff. And there's a technique, the locking technique. So they lock you into, thought or into this state. And, I always figured that that's what the red carpet was for, or the, nighttime talk shows. They're giving these MK Ultra, people these, locking kind of things, and I don't know. We're just, for those of you who are watching this after we broadcast, we're just in the nice late night chill. We're just kind of wrapping things up here and doing a little bit of recap. And we followed the Kurp Metzger conspiracy path for quite some time. And it's brought us here. Control Alt History.
Smith reported to Brown, who hypnotized him with the signal phrase. Under hypnosis, Smith delivered my message and received one to bring back. Awakened, he was given the division report and returned home by jet. There, I hypnotized him once more with the signal phrase, and he spieled off Brown's answer that had been dutifully tucked away in his unconscious mind.
A jet from
The
Egypt.
system is virtually foolproof. As exemplified by this case, the information was locked, quote unquote, in Smith's unconscious for retrieval by only the two people who knew the combination. The subject had no conscious memory of what happened, so could not spill the beans.
So I wonder if I wonder if yeah, I wonder if they did that to Erica Kirk. Because she coming in looking all strange, giving those weird eye movements. Okay. Really incongruent with what she's saying. You know, she's looking really intense for no reason. So, yeah, then they go on this tour. Yeah, I don't know enough about that kind of stuff, but this kind of stuff just makes you wonder. Yeah, makes you wonder. Wild stuff out there.
So it is really interesting to read how this process works from a guy who was involved with it firsthand. And I do wonder if something like this could have been going on with John Denver. He obviously had the military connection with his dad. This was right during the heart of the Cold War when he traveled over there, and the Cold War was just nasty. And again, being a musician on a humanitarian mission was just the perfect cover. And he could have also been used to provide cover for another agent or spy. So, in other words, John Denver himself wasn't the one spying or gathering intel, but an agent or a military officer was inserted into his entourage to spy during these Soviet Union trips. And this was actually done with Elvis. The Treasury Department wrote this letter here on screen talking about how back in the 1970s, Elvis agreed to let an undercover agent travel with him on tour. And Elvis told anyone who asked that this person was a part of his band, but the agent was undercover the whole time and performing an investigation and using the tour with Elvis as his cover. And John Denver also went to other countries that were hostile towards the US, like China, so I definitely think that he could have been involved in something similar to what Elvis did, especially with John Denver's family connections with the military. Actually, I think a lot of these 1960s artists who had the military backgrounds and the military family connections, I think a lot of them could have been used by the military for things like that as well.
Oh yeah.
And the next strange thing with John Denver has to do with the movie Ghostbusters 2. So the basic plot of the movie is that there's this really creepy painting of this ancient emperor named Vigo the Carpathian, and the spirit of this emperor is trapped inside the painting. And this spirit that's
Let me take this back here for a second. What does that look like to you? Now, I'm going to let's see here. What's the was it the king? Yeah, this is the monarch, right? So King Harry. King Henry? No. Who's the Prince Harry? I don't even know the okay, so not Prince Harry. So sorry guys, this is stuff that I just don't know. There we go. Charles. Yeah, Charles. Okay. Charles. 18. Wish that could be on the other side here. 1 second. Switch the all sides here. Okay. Does it look like that? Let's try to find that again. Oop. Where'd it go? Oh, here. Oops. Does that look like it? A little bit? That's kind of what I saw when I first saw that. It's got the little mark right there, huh? So, kind of gives that vibe, I think.
And the spirit of this emperor is trapped inside the painting. And this spirit that's inside of the painting possesses one of the workers at the museum and orders him to bring him a baby that he can possess and basically be reborn. And Dana from the first movie has a baby that this worker brings to Vigo.
Okay, and so here's all this like baby capture kind of yeah, imagery. Like all the films back then always had little kids in them. Okay. Yeah, what was it? It's just to bring back a
And this spirit that's inside of the painting possesses one of the workers at the museum and orders him to bring him a baby that he can possess and basically be reborn. And Dana from the first movie has a
oh, that's what I was gonna say. And then there was it seemed like during this period of filmmaking, they were also doing movies, with Tom Hanks, then you do the Two Men and a Baby. I gotta. Oh boy, gotta be careful of this. Oh wait, maybe I shouldn't look that up. Jeez. Well, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, a lot of crazy, but who knows? I mean, but man, look how nice all that looks. Here, make sure I'm not in the shot here. I go over to that side here, but I mean all that stuff looks so nice. And they put so much time into that apparatus. Yeah, that's all that had to be made. Not to say that other stuff's not made either, but there's a little bit of the texture to this that I miss in films. I miss all this film. Okay, that is film. It's not digital image. So there's a nice filter with it. And please save us all, Christopher Nolan. Okay. But you went too far. You went full Omni Theater. You gotta go Sphere. So we talked about Mark, the producer, Kurp. He's considering doing an MK Ultra project. He's writing one up, and I'm hoping to nudge him in the direction of turning it into a mixed-use media extravaganza where you become the fighter in the dome. And it's a little Hunger Games and it's a little Mortal Kombat. Okay. And you are trained to survive. So, just like what the other guy here said, paranoidamerican.com said, you know, you get a trait to survive, then it's like a game. So why not, you know, provide a game like that for other people to experience? So Mark is writing about MK Ultra. It's the new Carhartt of conspiracy theory. Okay. But we love a good MK Ultra. So again, please, Mark, please, you can do it. Okay. Use 6-8 Nephilim. Yeah, I had to learn Quetzalcoatl, so that kind of took up a bit of mental band space. But please, Mark, you and your Yale boys, please write some really cool code so that the sphere can become our MK Ultra project, and you must escape your mind. Okay, when you're in the dome, imagine that. Imagine. So here we are, with all this plasma technology that they're talking about. So imagine being pumped up with all that and then thrown into the sphere. And yeah, there you go. And wasn't the sphere about all that too? That the movie this no, the Contact sphere was about that ocean one, which that again too was very very foreign, very alien, but consciousness kind of stuff. That it's a way to describe the human phenomenon. The Abyss had, which I'm not familiar with that except for the effects, because every time I want to see the best effects in the world, you gotta see James Cameron's Terminator 2. So, and that's the second time I referenced it, so it must, I think it's cool. But that kind of like, I remember the initial jarring experience that was, and how you had to try to explain what you saw, and you had to explain it to other people, and we no longer have the opportunity to do that. It's just in these little digital bites, instead of through the spoken word of just shock and awe. Like, how are you supposed to describe a knife just poking out like that, or the running towards the back of the car and latching onto the back of it. You can't even, I can't even describe it. I've seen it 100 times. So that's that plasma technology. So Kurp's kind of experienced a bit of that, and we're wrapping up the broadcast, doing a bit of a recap. I want to make sure that you guys visit them, give them a like. They got a lot of good info out there, a lot of fun stuff to kind of think about too, because you can only handle politics so much, so you kind of see what's out there a little bit, and then kind of have a little bit more time to just wander. Okay, you don't have to direct all of your thought process to one thing, but I do when I'm running a show. Oh my gosh. So I can sense it's about to happen again already. So it's about that time I got to wrap up before I lose the thread again, and forget that we are broadcasting, just because otherwise it just take you along for the ride. Having great time with some good content, and it's nice to not put. I'm not don't want to poke fun or anything like that. Like, I like to have fun occasionally, but it's usually for me to then find some good stuff, But here we are with some good stuff, and we don't have to see how ridiculous people are all the time. Well, these are very ridiculous, but in the other way. But here we are. I'll play this out a little bit, and then we'll wrap it up. And thank you for a great broadcast.
Baby that this Wurger brings to Vigo, and they do this big ritual to possess the baby with the spirit, and it nearly works until the Ghostbusters save the day. So honestly, it's a pretty disturbing plot if you really take a closer look at it. But the connection to John Denver is that the actor who played this baby in Ghostbusters 2 is Henry Deutschendorf Jr., who's John Denver's nephew. So it's obviously pretty strange that the baby chosen to play this role just happens to be John Denver's nephew. But the really disturbing thing is that this actor, Henry Deutschendorf Jr., he was a twin, and him and his twin brother were the ones who played the baby. But this actor committed suicide back in 2017 at age 29. And it was said that he suffered from a severe case of schizophrenia. And the really curious thing here is that there's a lot of speculation that some cases of schizophrenia are actually a form of demonic possession, basically saying that these voices that some schizophrenics hear, or these alternate personalities that some of them suffer from, is in fact demonic possession. And there's this guy, Dr. Jerry Marzinski. He has a ton of interviews out there about his research.
Got Owen Benjamin in the mix, stirring up the pot. Look at that. He's in control out history. He's everywhere. Oh man. Yeah. Stirring up. He's another one of them 6'5"ers. I'm just trying to be 4'5". He's 6'5". That's a whole other octave. So, not remotely close. All good stuff.
Or these alternate personalities that some of them suffer from is in fact demonic possession. And there's this guy, Dr. Jerry Marzinski. He has a ton of interviews out there about his research into schizophrenia actually being a form of demonic possession. Now, obviously, the plot of Ghostbusters 2 has to do with possessing this baby with a demonic spirit. And then this actor goes on to develop a case of schizophrenia that was so severe that he committed suicide.
Wow. See, it's like a little too real. That's like Jack Nicholson's The Joker. Yeah. Where don't let the filter of the film fool you. They that's a person. So and yeah. It seems like it's a baby.
It's really
Oof.
curious. It's obviously very, very sad. You do kind of have to wonder if maybe the rituals being performed in the movie could have been a little too effective and maybe actually worked. And another kind of random strange thing about John Denver is that he was nearly on the Space Shuttle Challenger that blew up in 1986. So, in addition to his activism for nature, he was also very involved with NASA over the years. He was on the board of governors for this national.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I skipped ahead. Sorry about that. I was just trying to show you. Yeah, there are these images of flight. See if we can get